I
That's a lot.
only
That's
I only want to be. Yeah, don't
Um,
worry about it. These sites are full of ads. You just, don't worry about it on them.
okay, let's see if I'm doing this right. I have done big brain moves by I have I have both the Discord app and Discord browser. That way I can
both
like
Discords.
yeah, both Discords because the thing with like Streamlabs, I'm doing like the EFAP thing where it's like we have the voice call on focused on like the Discord. So if I
Oh,
if I want to shill my stream, I need to go to like Discord browser. That way I can share my links.
right.
Streaming stuff.
Well, only reason why I want it. I mean, I've owned Persona 5 on
New
PS3 and
new
PS4,
podcast
but
series.
I want to beat it so I can actually watch that Civet video, just so how I can understand what
Objectively
it means by that long
subjective.
video about Persona 5. I
Oh,
mean,
you mean like that what's that? That 5 hour video, right?
yeah. 4 high heels from Software's Weird Old Games. It's an hour long.
Let's see.
I wonder if it's. Uh,
There we go. Uh-huh. And then let's see.
every time I see Butch Hartman, I just laugh. I don't know.
Butch
I
Hartman
don't know
is
why.
Butch Hartman is so disappointing. Have you seen his recent artwork? Like my god. How do you
Why? What's his recent artwork? I haven't seen any.
Well,
look at
there's like.
it? Look for it on Twitter. It's like it's so weird.
And he was gonna pitch this elf detective thing, and it didn't happen, and that makes me disappointed. And the
Honestly,
thing
I
is,
yeah, sorry, go on. You go on first.
the thing is, like, when it even if you're known for making children's cartoons, you can go out your way and like do things that are for older audiences.
Oh,
There's no
hold on.
problem
Sorry, sorry,
with that.
sorry. Can you give me a sec? Cause I seem to.
Oh,
Oh shit.
sure.
What happened?
Yeah, it's something. I did a stupid thing with like my. Okay,
Oh dear.
there you go. Let me check Streamlabs. Can you speak? Can you guys talk?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Thank you. Cause I have like I use VB I use like the VB audio thing, the voice meter thing, and I needed like
Yeah.
to make sure that you guys also came out. Oof. Thank
All
God for
right.
that.
Yeah, I get that.
So you were talking about like Butch Hartman. Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yes. So, um, the reason why I bring this up is like I need to like people who write children's animations and whatnot. You don't need to just stick with that. You can go beyond and do some adult stuff. People will be or like stuff for teens or older people, and sometimes that feels kind of awkward for some people. But at the same time, you have to broaden your horizons as an animator. You can't just be stunted in one group.
And that's actually fair. Uh,
Yeah. That's a good point. I mean, Samurai Jack did the same, but for some reason it kind of backpedaled after the later episodes.
Um, Season 5 is an interesting thing. Um,
I felt like it was so rushed.
I don't get that either. Like, Gennady could, because if Gennady had nothing else to do, he could have just took his time.
Yeah.
So, I mean, what we got wasn't a bad product. It just has really questionable, weird decisions that I never understood. But then over time, I was like, okay. wasn't bad.
It
It could
was
have
more
been
like a
bad.
nostalgia
Um,
trip than an actual season.
yeah, I like the new stuff, but I never understood where it was like it's a lot more adult. I'm like, well,
The
somewhat
punishments are
the
was
first few,
blood,
but
blood.
I guess
That's
it's
what
just
it
kind of
said.
a like it's not the worst new thing ever. Like,
Yeah, it was all right, but
I
not
haven't
great.
seen
Not bad.
I haven't seen season 5, so that would actually be that actually makes me curious to watch it.
yeah, you can take your time to watch that. Um, that's how I felt about the final the final season for Avatar: The Last Airbender, where I like some aspects, but the
Oh God!
rest
Finally,
feel
you too.
I mean, when you look
You
back at like
too?
say book 3, the last bit of like what happened, the Deus Ex Machina thing, that was kind of awkward. I was like,
yeah. I guess I can understand what they were trying to do, but it just felt kind of off.
yeah, that part
Okay,
really felt
it's
really.
one.
When you think about it, that part was really awkward because it was like, you see how like how the previous incarnations of the avatars were like, no, you have to kill him. He is dangerous, and it was like,
Then suddenly turtle magic.
yeah, and it's like because somehow Ang was able to Deus Ex Machina the thing, and like he was not able to. He didn't have to like just ignore his principles for this one specific instance.
Yeah,
I was
It,
like,
it, it, it would have been a good moral dilemma for Aang. Because he's a monk.
Yeah, it was
He
a.
had no
That's the
choice.
thing. It was a good moral dilemma, and then it's like kind of like the whole DSX thing is really frustrating because it's like you look at how like they developed Zuko, who's like one of the best
Yeah,
characters in the series, and they didn't shy away from that even though it was like a kids show. It's just
there.
the thing. Yeah,
Um,
that whole thing was just really off.
I think there's a reason why I like the Ember Island Players episode, where
yeah.
it actually makes a really good parody of itself.
It's basically making fun of itself
Yeah.
And
via
I
a catch-up
enjoy
episode.
I enjoy stuff like that. I don't know if well, I don't want to keep this off track for too long.
We've actually strayed away from it for a bit. How long was
Went from
this?
fighting games to
Yeah.
animation.
Oh yeah. Uh, welcome everyone who's watching this stream. What's this?
I
Actually,
like to derail a little too much. I'm gonna have to get better at not doing that.
yeah, I need to check quick if this is like streaming properly.
Yeah, I want to make that quick, and then we'll actually get to this. But go on.
Let's see.
Just
This is
kind
like, yeah, it's streaming. It's live. Oh, you've got someone on chat. Uh, let's see. Yep. Hello, Brandon. Welcome to the stream. Now that my internet has finally been better, because it's like for months during like the whole quarantine thing, my internet has not really been consistent. So it's really nice to be able to stream again. And it's why I'm actually interested in like starting. This is kind of fresh, a series that I've been thinking about doing. So I decided to name it Objectively Subjective. Basically, it's like just watching videos, responding to them, and it kind of just it's about making fun of the whole objective subjective thing.
God.
But anyway, we wanted to start by like say fighting games because well, in terms of content, I've actually mostly been focused on fighting games as of recently, especially with like my my recent review back in May for them's Fighting Herds. And it's like it got 3.8k views, which is like the first time, the highest in my channel so far among my reviews. So yeah, what better way to start this stream than with a topic that I like, with a genre that I like, fighting games. So, do you guys know that the fighting game genre is dead?
No.
No.
It doesn't sound like it, does it? Given, like, say, in the Philippines, Rev Major has been getting bigger and bigger, and then it's like you see events like Combo Breaker, and it's like how quickly Combo Breaker grew to like this place that is like, if you're going to be traveling if you're a foreigner who wants to travel to the US for fighting game events, go to Combo Breaker.
Combo Breaker would be literally almost like the E3, except the fact that you actually have content that's worthwhile.
The thing about Combo Breaker is like, it's a fiesta. It's really obvious that it's a fiesta with the way that the many games that you can play in tournaments, the many events that take place there, and even like, say, they have even some of the weirdest tournaments there. Like, there's like that Chicago Mystery Tournament where you play a bunch of random ass games.
Oh yeah, I love those. I launched like from Combo Breaker 2018 the mystery game singles.
Yeah.
And they were like playing Tattoo Assassins.
Oh
like,
god, really?
Yeah. Yeah. It's mystery
Tattoo
games for a
Assassin.
reason. They even had like Fight of
Tattoo
Animals at one
Assassin.
time. Or was that Frosty Faustings?
I think that was Frosty Fastings. So the last time I saw that, they were showing Love on Fight,
Yeah, because
a really obscure Dojin soft fighting game.
Frosty Faustings and and Combo Breaker are both in Chicago, aren't they? Or are they just in like the Midwest?
I am not sure actually.
I'm gonna have to watch those archives. Also, the thing with sorry, my phone's sort of getting a little scrambled, but I'll think about it.
Anyway,
So, my favorite thing from that Combo Breaker before we continue, the Rakuga Kids. Rakuga Kids. It was basically a PAL/Japan only fighting game, but it was just basically you were playing kids, but it's like drawn in that crown art style that's a little similar to Parappa the Rapper. A little bit.
I'm checking it now. Wow, really?
that
Yeah,
sounds
it looks
interesting.
exactly like Parappa the Rapper.
I don't know how I
I actually wonder if they ever done like Pocket Rumble at some point. I actually bought Pocket Rumble for like, it was like 290
play
pesos on Steam, which is
people should play the Game Boy Advance King of Fighters games.
didn't they do that in Frosty Faustings?
I mean, have you seen the Game Boy Advance version of Guilty Gear? It was actually playable. That was pretty good. That was
Oh my
pretty good,
god.
actually. It controlled well.
You never know when something's on handheld until you see footage of it. Oh, this is Guilty Gear X. Okay.
I know, right?
Anyway, let's cause this channel Bilbzy, he made a video about the fighting game genre is dead back in 2017, which was
I've never heard of this man.
Bilbzy.
I'm not
Actually, Drak and I actually have a little bit of history because I actually streamed one of his older videos before about about the fighting game. The first one, fighting games have issues, and this one, I found out recently that this is a sequel. And not only did he make this one, in December of 2017, he uploaded another video about fixing fighting games. So,
Also, the ironic twist is I posted video in someone else's Discord that was something about the One Punch Man fighting game that was about to come out.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, that's how I found that's how I
yeah,
found the original video, because of that One Punch Man video.
I can't believe that the one thing got dug into this rabbit hole of, well, arguments.
Well, thankfully, what I also have lined up is Majin Obama's video for Anime Illuminati, because he actually did like a video because he watched Bunny underscore GIF, and he was watching her play the Guilty Gear Strive demo. It's like, man,
I have not seen any footage of it yet.
the Guilty Gear Strive demo was depressingly half-baked. So when the news came out that the game was delayed to 2021, a lot of people were happy that the game was delayed. Like, that's how that's how bad the demo was. It's like when you release a half-baked demo and then the response of your audience is they're happy that your game is delayed. It says a lot about how your demo was presented. Because we all know that usually with video game demos, when you release the game, that's pretty much you're pretty much bound to get like 70% of what's inside.
Yeah, like Injustice
Yeah, exactly.
during the beta.
Yeah. Magic Missile, the game.
And this dude is a total Injustice fan. Oof.
Oh God.
Anyway,
Like,
Okay.
we
Alright.
actually need to start. Yeah, we should actually start. So let's go on ahead. Why isn't this?
Alright.
Okay.
I'm a little.
Gonna like on this
Alright.
video. Let's shoot for 200.
Oh, wait, hold on.
likes. I know
Wait,
it's a
hold
lot
on.
to ask for, but we're gonna do it. So let me know.
Hold on. Okay. Are we at zero? Are we at the very top? Are we at the top?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Let's go.
If you
At
appreciate
zero.
videos like this, let me know by leaving a like on this video. Let's shoot for 200 likes. I know that's a lot to ask for, but we're gonna do it. So a while back, I did a video.
I'm sorry. He said that he wanted like 200 likes on his video, and it's like when you look at like his current like to dislike ratio, he only has like 100. He has like 192 likes. That's depressing. It would have been one thing where he like still got a lot of dislikes, but it was like 200 likes. It's like, people hated it, but you know, at least it got 200 likes.
Well, let's see why. Let's see why people hated it.
with fighting games, and I broke down basically all the reasons it's really difficult fighting games and why that's a problem. And I kind of wanted to do a part 2 to that video because I got a lot of replies in there, and I kind of want to address some of those replies because this topic.
Sorry, who's breathing? Oh,
I'm sorry about that.
let's hold on. Let's just lower it a little bit. There we go. Okay, I think we should be fine. Hold on. Is there? Actually, let's just bring you back to 100.
If for some reason you're cutting out for me
Yeah.
on your end, Cappy, I don't know why.
Oh, really?
Could be just this. Yeah.
Yeah, I
I'm
don't
sorry.
know if you're talking or not.
How am I now? How am I now?
Yeah, like that.
Uh,
You're cutting like that.
Oh, really? Hold on. I think it.
Yeah.
Give me a sec.
Sometimes unplugging and replugging your mic actually helps.
How's that? How's that? Can you hear me now?
Oh, that. Yes.
Oh, I
Yeah.
think it was like I'm using the beta version of the noise reduction on Discord.
The noise canceller?
The noise suppression.
The noise suppression beta thing. That was really okay. Let's continue onward.
Is really important. I care about the success of fighting games. Currently, the way I feed myself every month is through uploading videos about fighting games, so it's in my best interest for the fighting game genre to succeed. So when I talk about this, know that it's not coming from a place of malice. I love fighting games, but the truth of the matter is that they're currently a dead genre. Now, I should make something really clear. When I say dead genre, I don't mean that nobody plays them or that there's no money to be made in fighting games or anything like that.
Oh,
Or anything like that. Fighting games.
hold on. You can't say that. You can't just ignore like the base definition of a dead game where nobody plays it.
But
Otherwise,
yeah, you wanna know what the dead game is? Dissidia.
oh,
I installed the free to play version of that. As soon
Oh,
as it hit,
anti.
as soon as it hit
Oh.
Steam, it took me 15 minutes to get a match,
oof, that's
and I got paired with Europeans,
oof. Oh, jeez.
and I
That-
couldn't move.
That's
Now that's a dead game.
oh my god. It's like it's so weird to say the fighting game genre is dead. But it's not because there aren't a lot of people playing it. It's like what?
No.
No,
Just what?
People make. I don't get why these arguments are made. There's a reason why these aren't recommended, but it's also probably because like I never even run into these things. Because
It
I know
makes-
when I see titles like this, I'm just like
It makes you wonder
just
like
shaking my head.
did he write this down? Was he just speaking at the top from the top of his mind? Like cuz
no, that's what he thinks it is dead.
the thing is, because like, at least in my process, I don't really have a proper rewriting for my scripts. Usually, what I do when I edit my scripts is like, I go straight to the recording and then I just read aloud my script, and then if I notice that what I'm saying sounds silly, then I just revise my script. It's like
Yeah,
you
it's literally like a few minutes or 2 minutes just to fix that.
like imagine him.
And
He
just
re-
reread your script, man.
It's like imagine he recorded this, and then at one point he didn't think, "Huh, that sounds silly." It's like how you can't like, just calling a game dead and then saying it's not because there aren't a lot of people playing it. Like, oh hi Mango,
That's the definition of dead. Oh, Jesus Christ.
just no, it's so dumb.
Dark, man.
They get a lot of sales, but most people buy a fighting game, they play the single player, and then they move on. But if you look at the community of a fighting game, it is dead. There is no
What?
community right now.
He
What?
he says that the community is dead. A growing community. The growing community is somehow dead. It's basically just
Have you seen Fight Games?
has he
There's still people playing Street Fighter 2.
there's still actually you look at like apparently the Philippines, you look at Marvel 2, like Marvel 2 was actually growing. It's actually growing in the
still see
Philippines.
People in Mega Mall playing Marvel 2 well, before
And-
this whole thing happened.
People need to play Tatsunoko vs. Capcom.
I like
I-
this.
I-
I like this. I like this response. Fighting games are dead. No one buys them anymore. Look at Smash Brothers. No community. Actually,
Oh right.
yeah, speaking of
Oh,
Smash,
no
you heard
community.
about what's this? You heard about Melee getting rollback netcode through Slippy?
Yeah, I heard.
Like, damn,
Uh,
dude, that's some dedication. Like, that's not even a company that implemented rollback. That was hardcore fans.
yeah. I mean, netcode back then was still in its infancy.
Wait, what is the netcode for Dolphin emulation anyway?
I'm not sure
It's-
honestly because I never used Dolphin.
I-
But from what
I don't think
it's not specifically the Dolphin emulator, but it's a specific specific melee version of Dolphin called Slippy.
Yeah, I own that.
Nintendo
So-
doesn't even know what rollback is.
Yeah. Oh, it's like I'm gonna play Injustice 2, the game with really bad netcode, if I remember.
Even its predecessor was super bad.
I heard that like Mortal Kombat X improved the netcode, and apparently Injustice 2 had good netcode.
Yeah, I
11
think
here has
they
good
kind of updated some of their older games. Well, maybe not. MK9, you need to use like
Parsec.
modding tools.
Uh,
Well, that, and you can use modding tools to fix a lot of the issues the game has, like input bug, because apparently there was like a input bug where if one player does the same thing at the same time, only one player gets to do it.
Oh.
Anyway,
Yeah,
let's continue on. Let's repeat what you said.
Let's see
Community
what...
of a fighting game, it is dead. There is no community right now. If you go to twitch.tv, there's no fighting game which averages 2,000 viewers. If there's a tournament,
Hold on.
Counterpoint. Salty bet.
I have no idea. Is Salty Bet that one with like the bots, where like the Mugen bots fight each other?
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, pretty much. Basically, cockfighting the video game.
Oh
And-
my god.
The problem with that, like that stream works well, but sometimes it has connection issues at times.
Yeah,
What I find-
considering
What I
you
find,
have to stream and then playing.
yeah. What I
There's
find,
like a smaller version called Sprite Club that functions a lot better. So,
What-
anyway, sorry.
what I don't understand is like, why do you need 2K views for like fighting game streams?
Because that's where the MOBA boys get the big number.
It's like
MOBAs are
somehow
okay.
it's so weird. Actually, now that I think about it, what about Maximilian? I know he streams other stuff, but as someone who is
Oh,
primarily a fighting
yeah.
game content creator, he gets more than 2K views. Like, what's his
Those
story?
have been
yeah.
worked by Capcom.
He usually gets up to maybe close to 20, 30,000 sometimes at some days.
So like, what's the story there? Is like the stream dead? Is like fighting?
No.
It's the fighting.
It's the content creator.
I don't
they're,
understand.
they're there for max.
Yeah, true, fair enough. But it's like
Because
it's just
even with a supposed dead game, Marvel, Capcom Infinite, he can still rake in the views because he likes that game.
oh yeah, definitely.
It's this Fight Club.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, don't
let's
watch
go
it
on.
now. I
Let's
just
continue
put
with the
that
video.
for another time.
20, maybe even 60,000 viewers on a fighting game. But as far as like average everyday viewers, there's no fighting game which hits 2,000. I think for a while Super Smash Bros was doing it, but that's really about it. And to put that in context, games like
Smash.
Heroes of the Storm, Dead by Daylight, StarCraft, Minecraft, and RuneScape all average somewhere between
Yeah,
No.
I don't
Fucking game.
No,
I don't understand.
None of those are.
I don't
None of those
understand.
are the same genre.
I don't
But
understand.
those are mainstream games, even RuneScape to a certain extent.
Yeah, that's the thing about fighting games. When you get you have to the thing about the fighting game community, you have to assume that what you're getting into is niche as fuck. That's the fighting games community. Sure, it's getting
That's
bigger.
also-
It's still niche.
Yeah, it's still niche.
Yeah, absolutely.
I also like one of the comparisons he gave is Heroes of the Storm. You
It's like-
know, the fan servicey MOBA.
Just
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like comparing an RTS, a MOBA, and a shooter is
Dead
not
by
exactly
Daylight?
the best way to go about it. I'm sorry, dude.
Also,
Try
Dead
Try
by
to
Day.
compare three different.
Majority
Genres.
of what he compared are a bunch of team-based games.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
The thing about fighting games
One of
as a
one.
genre, you have to learn how to accept your loss, and that's not easy. And not everyone can just handle the loss because it's like you're just playing by yourself. So it's like it's really on you,
That's what
and
I'm gonna teach my
you have to
niece
admit
to
it.
Yeah,
do.
You can
yeah. That's
at
what I
least with
learned the hard way.
team-based games, you can hide your scrubbiness by blaming your teammates. You, like
Yeah,
I get that
pretty
you can
much.
still as a shooting games you can still see where you're bad at, but it's like you can you had teammates to hide your scrubbiness on. You had to hide your scrubbiness with. It's just it doesn't make any sense.
No, it does not.
Besides, it's
Average
still
somewhere
different
between
genres.
3,000
Yeah, that's the thing. They're different genres.
average somewhere between 3,000 and 5,000 viewers, and all of these games are considered quote unquote dead. And it's frustrating to me because the fighting game genre is totally a genre that should be able to succeed.
Why are they dead? That's
Well, in Heroes of the Storm's case, is they killed off the competitive for that one.
no.
That's
Oh,
I didn't.
yeah.
I wasn't really talking about Heroes of the Storm. I was really talking about fighting games. Like why are or
Well, I mean, he said most of the games
Oh.
that were classified as dead.
okay.
In terms of heroes, the comp scene was killed, but but there's still people in casual.
I like this. Fighting games are more alive than Overwatch. Oof.
Well,
Overwatch is.
man,
I have to admit though, Overwatch is a guilty pleasure for me in terms of like saying, I'm so happy that it failed, because I have a huge hate boner for Blizzard games ever since Diablo 3. Like, like my God,
yeah.
I hate what happened to Diablo 3, and it was like when if you've been through what I have, I can't help but see like say, oh, a lot of the games that Blizzard has, they've pretty much followed. I can't help but think that they pretty much followed the same route that they did with Diablo 3, where you have to play their way. You're not allowed to be creative. The moment you find something creative, they'll patch it out.
The good old nerf.
Yeah, it's so dumb.
And the best part is the class I picked for Diablo 3 is best.
Ugh.
Rip Monk. Well,
Ugh.
everyone's a barber, a wizard.
Yeah.
All I feel like is posting this jazz gif. It's and it's from the Gekuto Ninja Tyson group. And anyone who doesn't know, it's basically the Naruto fighting games on GameCube and Wii, and some of them are not as good as ours, but they're all fun. They're like
Most
3D.
anime games are fun.
I actually remember like what's this? I was actually watching earlier Majin Obama's video on Anime Illuminati, where he was talking about presentation matters, and he was talking about like anime games, especially like the one of the older JoJo 3D fighting games, and he was talking about how
Yeah.
he didn't really think of it much as like a JoJo fighting game because it was like on 30 FPS, and he found it so. And he's like,
was it All Stars Battle?
yeah, I think it was All Stars Battle. The only one he really cared about that was like a JoJo's fighting game was the Stardust Crusaders.
Oh yeah, Capcom one.
Yeah, because the thing is, you look at like that game is just, it doesn't age. It can't age at all due to the way that it's designed and the way that it pays attention to the details from the manga. And it even actually back then when it was released around 2000s, that was when like part 5 was being published. So they even
I didn't even know about JoJo back then.
yeah. So they
Even-
actually had like what Majin Obama was talking about in that video. He pointed out how there were characters that had palettes from part 5 based on the characters from part 5.
Really? I
Yeah,
didn't know that.
it's very interesting.
Must be a
It's
promotional
also
thing.
And
like
well, the thing
We're
is,
losing the plot.
well, also the thing is like JoJo was such an influential anime in Japan. You can even kind of see it in like modern culture, in modern games, especially modern fighting games. Like Rose in Street Fighter was obviously a huge nod to Lisa Lisa.
I mean, Guile
Yeah,
and
Guile was also a huge nod to Stroheim. And then you have like SNK's Benimaru. Yeah, pretty
Yeah,
much
you got
inspired by Polnareff.
Benimaru is pretty much Polnareff at that
Yeah.
point.
Yeah, it's very obvious from like the hairline.
And I didn't even know about JoJo.
Yeah.
I thought they were just cool.
oh my goodness, the Virtual Fighter meme. Thank you. It
The
should be
TLOU
played more.
TLOU2 meme
Yeah.
and
I
the
think we
Virtual
forgot
Fighter
about the
meme.
video now.
I want virtual.
Ah,
God, you know, I find it so frustrating that 3D fighting games don't have rollback netcode because you look at like say Tekken. What's the fastest move in the game? Left jab. That is like 10 frames on startup.
Mhm.
So even if you were on 6 frame delay, it would still look good. Like it would still you wouldn't have much teleporting in that game. Think about how fucked up, like how depressing it is that these fighting games don't have rollback. Or apparently Tekken 7 does have the rollback, but it's stuck in 3 frame delay according to what's
What?
you
Really?
you haven't seen Katsuhiro Harada's tweet where it's like
No, I haven't seen
it's
that.
just it's in a constant the rollback frames are in a constant 3 frame delay. So everybody
No,
was
I did not see that.
one of the memes was like a Spider-Man meme where he's like, I got you for 3 frames.
God.
Oh.
Okay.
Let's actually continue on with this video before we get sidetracked.
Where did we stop?
This area
Here.
because tons of people should be trying to learn how to get better, and that's really a valuable marketplace on Twitch. You can go watch, League of Legends, Hearthstone, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, Fortnite, and you can watch people stream this game, and you'll notice yourself getting better and better because they're slowly teaching you things. This should apply to fighting games as well, and to some extent it does.
But you can do that with
But
fighting games.
do that as well.
You can literally
seen
do
it like
you can
something.
literally do that with other matches as well. Hell, I was like watching. I was also learning yesterday because Majin Obama was streaming a Them's Fighting Herds pre-Evo tournament in Anime Illuminati.
When is that again? Forgot.
Actually, it's supposed to be this July. Them's Fighting Herds is supposed to be on the 4th of July. Oh, sorry, nah. Actually, where am I? Yeah, 4th of July. From July 4 to July 5 in the US time. That's when it's supposed to start.
I don't know. Okay then.
So yeah, it's getting pretty close.
Yeah, you can still learn from stream.
Yeah, I don't.
Hell, you can steal tech from streams.
Yeah, exactly. Like what the fuck? I don't understand any of this.
Apply to fighting games as to some extent it does, but only in an audience of like 1,000 viewers. I see all of this as a significant problem with fighting games, and in my previous
how does an audience number matter?
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it?
Give me
It's never
that.
really clarified why it matters.
Mo people, mo.
This is like the same dumb people are like, what? Stop complaining about X game or X movie. Look at the scores, and I'm like, I don't care. I don't care. If I play it myself and I think it's shit, then you have no right to talk.
It's like this game made a lot of money, or like this game got a lot of views on Twitch. It must be popular, right? Well, actually, no, that's not exactly accurate, but
Even if people are like, oh, it's successful, it's good. I'm one of those people who played a bunch of Mortal Kombat games, and I really don't like how they play. at all.
Yeah.
They're too
Ugh.
jank.
Yeah, Mortal Kombat feels really stiff, and I don't know exactly what it is that makes it feel stiff
The
aside from like the
animation.
animations.
And I don't
Um,
know why it's popular. That just confuses me.
it's the strings, because compared to, let's say, another fighter, Tekken strings, right?
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
It's like with Tekken strings, it doesn't feel like you have to input the buttons earlier to get them out.
yeah, that's
With Mortal Kombat, the inputs are, I feel like they're delayed, or you have to input to press them.
you need to commit basically.
Yeah, you have to commit to the command.
Like even Tekken with like the strings, at least then there's there's a little
Not
bit
even
less
Dead or
there's
Alive
less
does
commitment needed. Yeah, Dead or Alive does it what better.
I like the feeling of Dead or Alive.
Yeah, Dead or Alive is a pretty fast-paced game, even if you don't know like the combos. Because then, what do you have to deal with? You have to deal with attacks, grabs, parries, and then there are stage
Counter.
hazards. Yeah, and then counter. And it's like there's a triangle system around the whole grapple, attack, and parry. And it's like depending on what you use, you can get like high counters, so then you get high damage, you get better setups, and that stuff.
I
Better
play a
weapons.
lot. I played a lot of Dead or Alive 4, and it was a pain to get the final character because you had to go for time trial with every character, and there's no
Oh, yeah.
difficulty change.
Oh my
You
god.
can't change the difficulty of it. So now you have to deal with a bunch of AI that will do counter holds a lot,
And
and they
just
do a
come-
lot of damage in that game.
Oof.
Is the time attack the same as the one in 4, where they just come at you after you defeat one? Like another one just enters immediately.
Oh wait,
Yeah.
that's one of the team modes. I mean, that's what I like about. Now, I think there are in Dead or Alive 5, where you get those team modes where you can get like several characters at once,
Oh yeah,
and
yeah.
I think that's why I kind of like playing the game with my dad, is because you could just get a bunch of random opponents up to like 7, and it goes so fast that you just be like
Health bars
quickly
just
going for the
deplete so
fights.
fast in that game. I don't know why, but it's so fun.
Yeah.
It's satisfying to play Dead or Alive 4 and 5, although 5 feels very different in flow compared to 4.
Yep.
And 4 is an Xbox 360 exclusive, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought 3 was exclusive as well.
3
3 was on the original Xbox and had similar menus to 4.
Oh yeah. 2 was like both on
I-
was on like Dreamcast and PS2.
PS2 and X.
Yeah, PS2 and
Yeah,
Dreamcast
there
actually.
The hardcore version.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, let's continue.
Let's continue.
Significant problem with fighting games. And in my previous video, What's Wrong with Fighting Games, I talked about how you could go about fixing those problems. And here's a quick summary of those things. New fighting games should use one-button abilities instead of the directional input system. They should release on PC, because PC is a massive market which currently isn't being used by fighting games at all. And adopt a free-to-play model. I'm just gonna do a quick summary of why I think these.
Okay,
No,
first off,
The
second point-
Okay.
I can sort of, but there's a huge caveat. It's better for them to be multi-plat, just not PC
Multi-platform.
exclusive.
Yep.
The thing about fighting
Problem
games,
is-
the thing about fighting
is,
games, there is no actual reason for them to be a PC exclusive, unlike RTS.
Yeah,
Yeah, unlike RTS.
Unlike RTS and FPS games, where they're much better off as like PC exclusives, because the thing is, it's much better to aim with like mouse and keyboard. And unless the consoles of this generation actually release with official keyboard, mouse and keyboard support.
Have you tried Command and Conquers on the PS1? It's shit.
Oh dear.
It's hell.
Honestly, I still don't understand how console shooters are a thing. Like, I played Black back on the PS2, and it was jarring compared to like just playing Counter Strike with friends, cause it's just so much easier to aim. Like, why? Why would you?
Because
Yeah,
because console has aim assist.
yeah. So to continue with this before we, I tried Killer 7 a while ago and tried it with controller, and it was kind of rough to aim. So I was just like, we're gonna
Is
switch
that
to mouse and keyboard, and I'm like, it is so much better.
is
All you
that
have
an
to do,
FPS? I thought that was
it's
multi-genre.
it's FPS slash uh not so much on rail shooter because you actually have control of where to go and you can actually backtrack. It's more like it's like being on like a ride that you have limited movement and then you have to like for the computer you have to hold spacebar to aim and shoot because you can't really shoot normally in that game. You have to actually aim.
Yeah.
And in that game, there's like weak spots in the enemies. So they want you to hit those weak spots so you can kill the enemies instantly, and then you can get blood. Blood will give you the more blood you get, and you'll get like vials. You use these vials with the Q key to depending on which personality you use, and you can also switch on keyboard with the numbers. Will determine how much you will determine the different abilities.
But
Like-
ultimately, yeah. But in conclusion, I don't agree with the second point on the nature that there's no reason for fighting games to be PC exclusive.
Exclusive to one system.
Yeah,
I know
I don't
I
mind.
kind of made
coming
that
to
bad
PC, let it be
argument with
available to other
Mango, but I kind of learned to myself like,
Yeah, ultimately multiplat. You want multiplat rather than like just being PC exclusive. Because, like, say, the only reason like them's fighting hurts is PC exclusive right now is
That's- was
because they
originally-
didn't. It's just an indie project, and it's not easy to get a spot on to have your game released on console.
Because it started as a really, really
It started off as a
well-
meme. The whole project started off as a meme. They didn't think they would actually. They didn't think they would actually get this far. They didn't think they'd
they
get the
used the
success
same
that.
engine as Dong Dong.
Yeah, they started off with a god awful Mugen engine. They didn't think
Yeah.
they didn't think they'd ever get the Z engine. They didn't think they'd ever be successful on their Indiegogo campaign. They didn't think
Was gonna be
they'd be so well received. They didn't think they'd be on Evo.
It was going to be on Evo when it was still a meme.
Well, yeah.
Still Hasbro.
Well, they didn't
stepped
think
in.
they didn't think they'd be on Evo twice. That's actually it's even more so. They're like the first time they didn't expect it, but okay. The second time it's like, god damn.
You finally get to shine.
Yeah, and
only because the R games netcodes are garbage.
Yeah, pretty much.
yeah.
It's like Evo Online. We have to use the ones that are really bad netcode, or we're gonna get sued. That's basically what they're thinking.
Well, SNK got lucky because now they get to showcase the rollback netcode for Last Blade and Garo.
Yeah, Last Blade too. And yeah.
Well, that was due to Code Mystics anyway.
Yeah.
They need
I
to do
wish-
it for
I wish they got Code
98
Mystics.
unlimited match and
I wish they also
2002
got-
unlimited match.
I wish they collabed with Code Mystics when they were developing the new Sam Show game. That's really frustrating.
Also, I heard there's like that Samurai Showdown collection isn't very good. It's actually worse than Street Fighter 30th Anniversary.
Yeah, that's
the story on Samurai Shodown 5 Perfect is it's the inferior version where everything got cut, but the only reason everything that got cut was restored, but those cuts are the reason why Snap Show 5 Special ran perfectly.
It's so depressing
So
because it's like Street Fighter 30th anniversary was already a low bar. How do you mess that up?
It's probably because it's Digital Eclipse, and because I
imagine.
think they have a history with not like the only ones that do collabs really well is whoever developed the Sega Ultimate Genesis collection for 360 and PS3,
They should have. They
and
really should have gotten. They really should have just stuck with Code Mystics. The Code Mystics already has like a good reputation among those who are familiar with fighting games, and especially like the hardcore SNK fan base.
Mhm.
yeah,
Like,
they do need to add rollback on their early games like KOF 98 in 2002.
Yeah, KOF needs a good net code. 13 was so
You
bad.
can leave 97 alone. I don't know why, because I have 97. I'm like, who wants to play 97? I don't know.
the only thing I like about 97 honestly is the Arashi no saxophone. Like, if you ever heard that theme is bitchin'.
Yes,
I mean,
yes.
that's a given. That's not fair. Arashi saxophone is an obvious choice.
Do you like jazz?
Do you want it with hip hop?
Well, in my opinion, my personal favorite, the New Faces theme.
Also, Shingo's theme
Crown?
was badass.
You know what?
Shingo's theme was
I
badass
hope
in 97. There's also that.
I hope Krauser and Rugal returns in KF 15.
Oh god, updated graphics, Rogo, that would be the best.
Oh
Well,
god,
not
we're like
just any
52 minutes
Rugal.
in. We
Have
should probably.
selectable different versions of Rugal. So then you could just play. I mean, I don't know really what would be the difference between Omega and. Because there's like different versions of Omega Rugal that plays very different. Like one has like
His super clothes, like
a shock like a shock ball projectile that absorbs projectiles, and the longer you hold, the longer it'll be up, and then it fires slowly.
yeah, cyborg Rugo.
Yeah.
His Kaiser Wave gives him weird rocket vents in his back.
Anyway, let's go. Let's continue on with the
Let's
video.
continue.
Important because there's a massive market there that doesn't have access to fighting games right now. The free-to-play model is really important because it's very difficult to convince people that they should spend money on a fighting game, which is something they're going to have to spend time on to learn. So having a free-to-play model, I think, is a really good way to go because you can get people in there playing the game. I can show you statistics of people releasing on PC with the free-to-play model and without the free-to-play model, and show you that the free-to-play model succeeds infinitely more than the regular model.
I need to spoil this part. Throughout the entire video, he does not show these statistics at all.
Yeah, no statistics whatsoever. But I seem to remember that one Chinese fighting game on PC. I just don't know the title of it. It looked fun, but it seemed like a KOF report.
You mean Sango Guardian?
Was it that one?
Sango Guardian's hilarious because no matter what you do, it takes a long ass time
Oh,
to
video
load
is
at the
quiet.
start.
Hold
Oh
on.
no, not this one. It was another. It was another Chinese free-to-play fighting game. I just forgot what it was called.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's continue on first because apparently there's issues with like the audio.
Okay.
Model. New fighting games should use the one-button ability system that games like Rising Thunder.
Hold on. Let me see if I can boost like the volume, the audio for this. Filters. All right. Let's actually add. Hold on. I'm adding a gain to this.
And fantasy use because teaching new players how to play fighting games is really
Alright,
important.
I think it's
and I'm
better
gonna
now.
go into more detail in a second when I talk about the replies I got on my previous video. So my previous video, I got a ton of replies from people within the fighting game.
So, chat, how is the audio? How's the audio of my video? Is it better now? I'm gonna need a need to ask, how is the audio now? How is the audio now? Anyway, let's alright, thanks. Let's continue on with like the video. Let's go back a bit first to this part. Here. Is everybody at 250?
Yes.
Okay, let's go.
And without the free-to-play model, and show you that the free-to-play model succeeds infinitely more than the regular model. New fighting games should use the one-button ability system that games like Rising Thunder and Fantasy Strike use, because teaching new players how to play fighting games is really important, and I'm going to go into more detail in a second when I talk about the replies I got on my previous video. So my previous video, I got a ton of replies from people within the fighting game community. It took a while for them to actually show up, because obviously you guys watched my video first, and you guys listened to all my points, and whether you disagreed with them or not, you were quite cordial and quite civil about your disagreement. But then slowly people from the FGC slowly saw the video and they were a little bit more hardcore in their beliefs. So I'm going to do my fair summary of what they said in my comment section and reply directly to that. So here is my 4-point summary of my comment section in that video. You would be making the game too easy. Free to play does not work for fighting games. Get good, and throwing a fireball isn't hard. If throwing
Oh.
It's just that third one really sounds like a straw man, honestly. But I can sort of see that, but it still sounds like a straw man when he says it.
By the way,
Also,
Fantasy
yeah,
Strike
that's a-
has 4
that's a fair-
buttons, 4 face buttons, and then shortcuts.
Also, yeah, fireballs are easy to pull off. I don't see how that's bad.
Fireballs are easy. Once you tell them how the command, they can do it.
Yeah,
They just need to know when to apply it. That's where the hard part comes from.
yeah.
I mean, at least he's not speaking like Mark Brown. I mean,
It's a
he's still
different-
bad, but oof.
It's a different case because I'm gonna use Justice here because that's the footage. The Mortal Kombat inputs are fucking weird.
I know that. I'm so glad I'm not the only one who feels that way. Like they are really awkward.
The only
I
other
have
game
more-
that uses those is the new Killer Instinct, but even then, those function better. I'm talking about like TJ Combo specifically.
Well,
With his back forward stuff.
isn't
Yes.
he a charge
Yeah.
character? Also, they still have like quarter circle forward and quarter circle back forward motions.
Yeah, absolutely. I know that. What I'm trying to say is when you do the back forward for him, it's so much easier than
Yeah, because
Well,
you
it's
can
not-
buffer into it.
Yeah.
it's not really charge per se. It's more like kind of slightly charged, but it's like you just have to be quick. That's all.
Yeah,
You
that's
just
it.
have to go back and forth quick, and it functions. But
When
with
it
Mortal
comes to
Kombat,
Mortal
the
Kombat-
timing is so odd. It's like you have to press this and this at this sequence, but at this speed, and it's like, what the hell's this mind games about?
Like-
doing a
like-
special move.
I can actually
when you're
my execution in terms of Mortal Kombat, it's fine, but I still just there's just still something about it where it just feels so awkward. It doesn't feel as smooth as compared to like Skullgirls or TFH, or Samurai Showdown.
I'd
Yeah.
rather use SNK motions than Mortal Kombat, and that's saying something.
Oof.
Yeah, MK11 allows you to change the alternative controls so you can use
I'd
half
rather
circles and
I'd rather do I'd rather do El Fuerte run loops than Mortal Kombat inputs. That's how bad it
I
is.
Fucking El Fuerte run loops.
El Forte is an
You just need to be
underrated
fun.
character by his weirdness.
Yeah, he's a fun character to use. At least. With all the crazy stuff you can do with him.
Oh yeah.
When it comes to MK, not even the command grabs are that self-explanatory. Usually your normal command grabs are 180s, right?
Uh-huh.
Say Zangief's or like Ibuki's, where it's
Half circle back.
Yeah, half circle back. Kind of like that. With Mortal Kombat, it goes down, back, forward,
Yes.
Oof. Just oof.
and you can combo into it. What? Shit.
All right.
Also,
It doesn't sound hard on paper, but executing it with Mortal Kombat control is weird.
Also, the thing is, he brought up one button inputs earlier. You look at I mean, obviously the three of us have tried out Bayani at one point, right? And we know that
Oh, yeah.
and that game has like one button inputs. But you look at how like what happened because of like they have one button inputs. They're all limited to usually to like 3 commands, to 3 special
Yeah.
attacks. And if they have more than 3, it usually requires additional inputs, like say forward S2
Yeah,
or
like-
back S2 and stuff like that.
Like
And
Rio.
it uses meter.
Well,
yeah,
the EX version,
That's the EX versions.
The
But
EX versions.
the new character currently, Rio, has basically Mortal Kombat inputs. Surprisingly, like his Thorn, his S1.
uh-huh.
All you need to do, Rio's S1, where his Thorn thing that pops up in the ground.
Yeah, the
all you have to do-
OTG, the super.
Yeah, all you have to do is push S1 along with back, neutral, or forward to change the range.
Whoa. Ah, yeah,
And that-
S2. Yeah, S1, right, S1.
That's just S1. And when you EX it, it just uses everything.
Yeah.
Oh god.
It just uses all
I-
3 variants.
I
Shang
wish Seven Street Fighter 5 would just have a super like that. Where he just uses all different moves for every character, but they just had to like fast forward to it because there's like too many characters.
Actually,
Yeah.
another example I can think of that has one button inputs is like Power Rangers Battle for the Grid.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah,
Oh,
it has
yeah,
like
that
direction.
one- that one-
It has one button input, and then
one-
you have one. Then you have like forward special attack, down special attack, and back special attack. I think.
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought we had normal motions.
No, it
No,
didn't.
no.
No, because of that.
No.
That
Curse you!
And then
Steve,
they also
Curry,
have-
and Lock in that
they
game.
also have jumping special attack. So there's that. But the thing is, it's like
Oh.
because that's all they have. You need to be able to add variety. Well, first off, it's one of
Yeah.
the reasons why the loops in Power Rangers Battle for the Grid are just pretty much the same, or usually the same. And also, it's another reason why in Power Rangers Battle for the Grid, if you call an assist, you can switch to that assist character while they're doing
Yeah,
the
I saw
assist.
that one. You
That-
can even faint.
yeah, that's why it's that's
I-
why they added that.
I kind of
Or that's why it's so helpful. That system is very helpful in that game because otherwise it would just be really bland.
yeah. I kind of wish that Marvel Infinite had the active tag a little similar to that.
I
mean-
agree with this.
Also, look at like
I like Marvel Infinite. God damn
Look at,
it.
like,
I
Blaze
wish it
Blue.
was such a shit show.
yeah. Also, look
Blaze
at
Blue Cross
yeah,
tag.
look at like Blaze Blue Cross Tag Battle. Most of their special moves got added to B, and even though they do have like specific special moves, there's still stuff like what's this? What was I going to say? It's still just you don't really have a lot of variety with combos, or you need to find a really good team, or you need to lab your team a lot to find like specific setups with your team. It's also why they added like say you can switch to your to an assist to the character who's doing an assist. Although
I really prefer that kind of game because I'm as much as hype Marvel 2 and Marvel 3 is, I am not a big fan of the gameplay. Where I have to cater, I have to tailor my team to be synergized. I
Yeah.
want to play as all of them, damn it.
that's yeah, but also yeah, that's the thing with like one button specials. you don't get a lot of variety compared to say like let's actually talk about Ryu from Street Fighter. So he originally launched in like Street Fighter 2, he had Hadouken, Shoryuken, and Tatsumaki Senpokyaku, which was quarter circle forward punch, dragon, forward down forward punch, and then quarter circle back kick. And then in Street Fighter 3, he got a donkey kick. And how did they do that? By adding, what was it? Half circle forward?
Yeah, half circle forward kick.
Yeah, they added half circle forward kick. So because of the motion inputs, they were able to like give characters more moves. And without the motion inputs, you wouldn't really have as much creativity.
Besides, that pretty much gave birth to special moves. Even if the first game was janked.
Look at Marvel 3. Dante has like 90 fucking moves in that game. Most of them are follow-ups, but you still need a lot of like they still added a lot of motion inputs to his move list.
Oh yeah, that's what. But boy, is he hard to learn.
Yeah, he's hard to learn.
If doing a command grab isn't difficult, if doing all these things isn't difficult, why not have them be one-button abilities rather than...
Hold on, let's repeat that. I heard that. I always hear that, but that was like really dumb. Let's go back. Is everyone at 348?
Yes.
Yes.
Isn't difficult if doing a command
wait.
grab
Hold on.
isn't-
Let's go a little bit more. Here we go. Is everyone at 343? Up.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go.
There we go.
Throwing a fireball isn't hard. If throwing a fireball isn't difficult, if doing a command grab isn't difficult, if doing all these things isn't difficult, why not have them be one-button abilities rather than having an extra
Because they're not hard. What the fuck?
They're not
I
hard.
have one.
Don't
I have one answer
contextualize
to
it like
I have
that.
one answer to it.
Because it's
Street
not.
Fighter 3D edition.
What happened?
It
I know.
makes it too easy.
Street Fighter 4 3D edition.
Oh, you mean the EX? The Street Fighter EX games? That's the only
No.
one.
The one on
No.
3DS.
I'm referring to 3DS.
Oh, the one at 3DS.
The one where you can walk up a sonic boom.
Oh my god, that's horrifying.
I enjoy that version for the fact that I can get through the combo trials so much easier.
Oh, definitely.
It's like, oh, I could do like majority of these characters the most. I can complete the entire T-Hawk. Well, the T-Hawk one isn't very difficult to get through, believe it or not. Because a lot of the grappler characters with their challenges in 4 are like relatively easy for the most part.
It's like
It makes it too
It's
easy.
not-
That's why.
it's
that's
not
why-
hard. Oh yeah, if it's not hard, then why not just make it a one button why not just make it one button input? It's like
Makes
That
it
doesn't
too-
work.
what?
Like you
what?
want to do that? You play Ultra Fight Kianta 2, which is a meme game made
Oh.
by one guy.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Oh, I know. There is a
it is-
character that's basically a one button character, one button special. I don't know if she applies, but I think she still has input.
Yeah, the problem with like I don't mind simple controls, but make everything one button and it kind of breaks the game almost.
Yeah,
Angel is a her commands are basically one button with that combo into each other.
yeah.
It has good music though, not gonna lie. It's just nutty as hell. You have to turn the volume down because it's extremely
It's
loud.
super loud.
It's just I can't I don't understand this if it's so hard, then why not just make it one button? It's like, ugh.
It makes it too easy, and it makes you fuck up easier as well. It's a double-edged sword.
Let's continue.
Rather than having an extra learning curve for new players that now have to not only hit training mode to learn how to do combos, but also how to compartmentalize those combos. They have to figure out the abilities that they need to use in those combos. There's a
You know what this reminds me of?
Learning.
You know what this reminds me of?
What?
You know
What does it remind
I'm gonna be like that guy. I don't want to be that guy. Like, come on. Even a retard can do it.
It reminds me of when Ryu came out in Smash.
It actually reminds me of like Terry from when
And
Terry came
Terry,
out in Smash Ultimate.
It was history repeats again with Terry actually, because when Ryu came out, you saw that post about that guy who called the wake up Shoryu a Mamma Mia. Did you see that post?
I haven't, but that sounds
Yeah, he called wake up DPs the Mamma Mia. What the
Actually,
fuck?
I remember like when Terry came out for like Smash Ultimate, I remember the joke that they don't like quarter circle inputs is because they don't like Smash players don't like the circular motions because it reminds them of like the knob on the shower.
Yeah, I saw that joke. I saw that. That was
Okay.
that's a too. That's new. God.
It's like
Okay. What's
that's-
next?
Yeah.
have to figure out the abilities that they need to use in those combos. There's a funny saying that goes around quite a lot in anything you have to train for, but it comes up in sports, it comes up with video games, it comes up in music. Practice makes perfect. In the case of fighting game, it really doesn't make perfect. Practice, at least the amount of practice it would take to make perfect in any other genre, creates a participant. If you're new and you've never played a fighting game before, it's super unintuitive to throw a fireball. No other game
Huh? What? What do you mean? It's super.
What do you mean?
unintuitive?
Yeah, super intuitive, unintuitive.
It's,
Like
it's a projectile.
it also.
Every game has this.
What is more like?
so
What is more likely? What is more likely to hit a target? Somebody throwing out a Hadouken, or somebody trying to aim at the target, or somebody trying to aim at the target in an FPS.
Good joking.
Like, you see what I mean? Like at least at least with the Hadouken, it's moving in a fucking straight line.
Yeah.
And you
This guy is like
in terms of
fighting,
2D
like-
fighters, it's usually just either up or down or they block that thing. Like
Has he only played Injustice?
Also, you don't need to know combos to win matches.
yeah,
Sometimes you just need buttons.
You just need to understand what's going on. And honestly, this sounds like someone who just doesn't want to try, doesn't want to care,
this
just wants to spew bullshit and not
Actually,
do anything about it.
do you guys remember?
I don't like people.
Have you guys ever heard of like the Gandhi video in DreamHack, where this one dude participated in DreamHack and he played as Ryu, and all he was doing was just flowchart Shoryuken.
Yes. Wait, how do I remember that?
All I know was the
Because of
Zangief.
because of the button mashing video from Core A Gaming. He brings it up.
Oh, right. That video is a great example as to why it seems a little ridiculous. You have to change things up. You have to learn.
Also,
I've learned the hard way.
here's the
because-
thing. His whole premise is under the assumption that people are retarded. Now, here's the thing is the thing about human beings.
Even then, that's kind of insulting to retarded and disabled people because there's alternatives for those people to be able to play those games. So.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Look at fucking
So anyone
Brody Legs.
who-
He can't fucking use his hands, and he's somehow able to play as Chun-Li.
Yeah, bro, the next.
Yeah.
Yep.
Also, Here's the thing. Here's the thing he underestimates about human beings as a species. If they care
like
about something, if they
something-
fucking care about something, they'll put in the effort to learn it.
Yeah.
That's why you have people who really want to be like teachers, who really want to be doctors, who want to be engineers. They study hard for that shit and they do well in like their classes because they put in the work. They're willing to put in the work. They're willing to learn to do what they can as engineers. Same with fighting games. Like
Yeah.
you want to learn how to do Hadokens, you want to learn how to like irritate the shit out of your opponent with sonic booms. You'll be willing to learn that.
Even a casual like me can that much.
If you later on, if I assuming that we have time, if we watch like when we watch the Anime Illuminati stream, the not stream video on like getting anyone can play fighting games, the girl that he was watching, all she wanted to do was just maze dolphin attack.
Yeah. I mean, if that's your goal, go for it. You
Exactly.
wanna do setups for it? Yeah.
Like
If that's your goal, fine, do it.
yeah, if you want to learn, if you're interested in it, you'll learn it. That's how humans tend to work as a species.
Alright, let's see what else he has now.
To press all of these buttons just to throw out one ability. Imagine if we played Counter-Strike. Hey, in order for you to shoot
What?
your gun just before.
Hold on, hold
No,
on.
no, no,
We need-
no, let him continue. Let
No,
him
no, no, no.
continue.
It jumped. It jumped. It jumped.
Let
The problem was it jumped. Let's go back a bit. Is everyone at 434?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
just to throw out one ability. Imagine if we played Counter-Strike and I said, hey, in order for you to shoot your gun, just before you shoot it, I need you to press 1, 2, and then shoot. But this is only with the sniper rifle. With the pistol, in order, first of all, to pull out the pistol, you have to switch to it the same way you would regularly switch to it. So maybe you press 4 on your keyboard or whatever it's bound to. But then to be able to shoot with your pistol, I now need you to press G7, 1, and then shoot. This would be an absurd.
This is the most ridiculous false equivalency I've ever heard. Like, what
Are
the
you
fuck?
joking, man?
What the fuck?
That's not a special.
No.
What?
Oh, I know I have to go to work.
This isn't Shadow
Like
Warrior.
2:30, but
This is the
dear.
most it's the most ridiculous. Oh my god, it's the most ridiculous false equivalency I've ever heard. What the fuck?
I'd be like, hey, you know how to play Arena Fire? Just mash B, and you're good. But it's like, and then they go against like someone who understands the game more. I'm like, why am I losing? Because you're just mashing B. Oh,
Oh god.
What the fuck? This is like
This is
I don't
kind
yeah,
of-
I understand, Gabby. Oh,
I don't
dear.
understand.
My mind's going.
the game is completely different, and it functionally is different.
How do you make the imagine yourself trying to think of an equivalence and then this is what you could come up with. Do you how?
Just imagine if he made a card game example, and I'd be like, that's not how card games work. Card games are usually based on luck most of the time, anyway.
Yeah, luck.
There are certain
and
playstyles.
The way you structured your luck.
I have a bunch of
Actually, you're making me
unopened
think of
video
Sejam.
content
You're making me think of
structures.
like Sejam's content because he actually has been reading some like Magic the Gathering articles and talking about like the different playstyles, and he was using it. He was also applying it to fighting games. Really interesting, really neat stuff.
And because there are different types of decks. That's why it works. With him, with this guy,
even if it's
It's-
simplicity, this guy is just like arguing. I don't even know what he's arguing. Even it's just like I'm gonna step into the. It's like anything going on recently where they're just like, well, actually, it's the and I'm like,
This is
have
basic.
you been paying attention?
This is a straw man that he basically made, and then we're just we're watching him fight the straw man violently, and then we're just asking him, "Are you
Row,
all right?"
row, fight the power, basically.
It's like, "Are you all right,
You know
man?"
what's weird?
And he's
You
like,
know what's weird?
"No,
There,
you are
there
defeated."
are FPS games.
Sorry, that reminds me of old SNK translations with older games.
Ollie, fucking Bob Wilson Winfield.
Oh
What did
lord,
you say?
those are a treat. The early KOFs with the final boss dialogue in English is like so English, it's hilarious.
Oh my god.
It's the best. You know what's weird? Because there are FPS games that has special moves in them. It's just not competitive, but they do exist, and they still make sense. I have one example: Shadow Warrior. The
Yeah.
remake, I mean.
Shadow Warrior has a yeah. I need to play Shadow Warrior 2. I actually have it on GOG because I got it for free one time.
Shadow Warrior has special moves, and to do them, you need to do this weird button combination, like WD to make some kind of
Bright Memory
fucking
also has
skill
like special moves, and they have like you just do but combination of inputs. Although it's based on previous actions that you used to do. Like say you have a special move that involves doing her sword, then you just press the sword button plus something else.
Yeah, that's pretty much. So even then,
so-
his fucking argument doesn't
Vin-
work because it's been done already.
Vindictus has this similar, like it's very simple, like attack, left attack, basically left click and right click. You'll get different attacks depending on how much you press left click and then right click, etc. You also have certain characters like Arisha, the one that uses a long sword and an orb, and she has this like move where you have to do WASD in a certain direction, and then you have to do it backwards in a weird direction on top of it to do the more powerful version.
For this
And it
natural-
uses all your SP gauge basically.
Press Q to win.
Jesus.
The win
Like-
button. I'm still yeah.
I think Vindictus is actually a very, it's like kind of like an action game, but it's also kind of like a simple fighting game where you just have to dodge and whatnot. Its
What the-
difficulty has completely diminished though since season 3, unfortunately, and leveling is much faster. I don't know if that's a great thing. I kind of wish Vindictus was a single-player game, though, because there's just a lot of aspects of it that I wish it was just a single-player game and just had online lobbies as an alternative thing. But no, it's a massive online game.
Let's actually continue before we get sidetracked.
After his gun shit, let's see what else
And
he
a
has to
shooting
say.
game is all about your aim, and it shouldn't be about this type of execution. And the same thing goes for a fighting game. The skill of a fighting game is not your ability to throw a fireball. If you really think the thing standing between you and a new player is the fact that they can throw a fireball, maybe you're not as good as you think you are. Because what I've noticed after my little amount of time being in this community is that fighting games, the difficulty of fighting games comes down to executing your combos underneath pressure, spacing, reading your opponent, and figuring out the matchup. Now I'm going to address the free-to-play does not work for fighting games. It absolutely 100% could. Now, it wouldn't necessarily be
What? How can you say one absolutely 100% could? That's literally that's almost
You're
backtracking.
He's talking about the genre when he's only, at the time, only been in it recently.
For
2017 was the time where I actually took time to play some Ultra Street Fighter 4 online. I mean,
I've been
Max-
playing. I've been
Max
joining
Windu might
FGC
not
events.
be always the best resource to learn things, but he definitely has some good points that make it took a little over time making me understand what he was trying to say. A lot of the time, I'm like, oh, I just had to learn to get used to things.
But
Also-
let's repeat what he said, because this is like one of the oddest phrases I've ever heard.
Yes, please.
games, the difficulty of fighting games comes down to executing your combos underneath pressure, spacing, reading your opponent, and figuring out the matchup. Now I'm going to address the free-to-play does not work for fighting games. It absolutely 100% could. Now, it wouldn't necessarily be quote-unquote...
Huh?
It absolutely 100% could. What? You
Okay,
could is a probability. Could is probability. If would is would is guaranteed.
I think it's just bad phrasing on his part.
I guess it's bad phrasing. It's just
There's some
when you because yeah, that's the thing. Because of that, it's like now it looks like he just backtracked from his argument. It's like it's like it's like playing footsies with his wording.
He's fighting mirror match.
He's fighting with his wording.
Mirror matches.
He absolutely 100%. What absolutely 100% could.
There are some
I want to
fighting.
hear.
There is some fighting games on on Steam. They're free. But they're
Brawlhalla, right?
Yeah, Brawlhalla, Rumble Arena, and Dimension Versus. Dimension Versus. These are all kind of like Smash-like games, though. Except for Ultra Fight that count to 2.
yeah.
So the problem with Dimension Versus is you have to use like a separate currency, which you have to use real money to unlock the other characters, and I'm just like, well, I really hope this is not going to be in the final version because that's going to drive me nuts.
Okay.
Rumble Arena, I've only played a little bit, and I think it's fine. But here's the thing: free-to-play doesn't deter the games for good and good, but at the same time, you just had to be careful because
Yeah.
And some people would and also the thing is it's like what's this? There's also like a matter of like say if a dev can earn from the free to play model. Cuz let's say you're an indie dev, it's not easy to risk the free to play. Very few are the only one I can really think of that's like a successful free to play that was indie was Path of Exile.
But that's a Diablo like.
Yeah, but I mean, it literally started in some Kiwi's garage. That's how small the project started. And then now they're owned by Tencent now, but it's like they pretty much still have control over the project. And they also have like a really big office now, and they have more staff than ever.
What are their business model? What is their business?
Their business model is free to play, and the only microtransactions they have are are cosmetics. Cosmetics and quality of life stuff, like additional stash tabs.
Oh, okay. No boosters.
Oh,
Like
hey,
2
Mooses. I'm not playing Path of Exile this league. I'm actually waiting for Path of Exile 2 because I just want to play it like I want the direct access to the 6 links. It's like I'm sorry when you have like 6 link items that take so long to find, or like they have low probability of being found and are so expensive in the market. It's like fuck it, I'm just waiting for Path of Exile 2.
Yeah, this is how I feel. Like I know I haven't played Monster Hunter in a while, but that's how I feel.
And I get
weird stuff in Monster Hunter where you're like, oh, I want this particular piece. It has a low drop rate, and then you have to do a specific thing to get it.
Oh yeah.
Also, for the record, I get that it's easy. It's still easy to clear content with 5 link stuff, and especially since 5 link stuff is cheap. But it's just I'd rather wait for like the whole 6 sockets, and I'd rather wait for like the whole additional content like of what Path of Exile 2 has to offer, because it sounds way more interesting to me. And it sounds like what it has to offer is more appealing to me than like the current setting of Path of Exile. But that doesn't dismiss the fact that Path of Exile is still a successful indie game.
Like Warframe.
Yeah.
I just couldn't get into Warframe because of the grind. I mean, it's fun. Don't get me wrong. It takes a while to get into.
Yeah. But
Believe me.
let's continue.
Quite fair, because what you would probably have to do is a system like Smite or Brawlhalla. And the way that Smite and Brawlhalla does it is they give you a free-to-play rotation of characters. So, for example, let's use the Injustice roster. Injustice will never be free-to-play, just to be clear. NetherRealm is too large of a studio to do something like this, but I'm just going to use this for an example because most of my audience is familiar with Injustice. So, 1 week they might allow you to play Batman, Deadshot, Dr. Fate, and Green Arrow. That might be free-to-play rotation. And that would be it. There would be all the characters you have access to. And the next week, it would be Atrocitus, Raiden, Poison Ivy, and Captain Cold. This is obviously pretty bad for you if you're a specialist player. Like, if I only play Superman, this kind of sucks for me because I won't be able to play some weeks. But that's why you have currency systems in the game which allow you to slowly work up to purchasing a character full-time. And the reason why you would have to go up slowly is because it is a free-to-play game, but they would have an option, just like Smite or Brawlhalla, where you...
Here's the thing. This is literally the mod. All fighting games are literally
This is
doing
the
this.
founder packs model.
That's the current mod. That's the current DLC model of fighting games. Hell, Killer Instinct started it. Started this whole seasons thing. And actually, if you go to like let's say if you download Killer,
does it, but you can buy all the characters for like only $20.
also
Brawlhalla.
Killer Instinct was the first one to like be available for free. And it's
on the Windows Store.
Windows, Xbox, whatever. But it still was the first one to do it. But you only had access to Jago, and then you either had the option to buy like
rotationally.
They also did like the rotational
just one
stuff
character.
before. Yeah, there's that too.
Just one character though. That's fucking weird. Just one character? At least give me 3.
Yeah, it's weird, but it's first off, at least it's free, and well, yeah, you'd have to buy other characters. Although it's kind of, now that I think
You're gonna
about it.
have to eventually buy things.
Yeah.
Regardless.
I'm planning to save up like for an ITX PC because I want to bring all my fighting games to my locals. That's the only reason I like people. Because
because
majority of like the kusoge and obscure fighting games are on PC. So if you want, so the best thing you can do is if you want to bring your fighting games to locals, either get a laptop or save up for an ITX. Personally, I'm saving up for an ITX because I have had bad experiences with laptops, and I'd rather bring an ITX.
Well, you just gotta be extra careful. Might drop that shit.
Oh, something happened to like the stream. Oh, hello?
Hello?
Hi.
All right. Something's happening with like the stream. I'm losing internet. Oh god, it went poor. And are we back? Are we back? Okay, I think it's getting better now. Let's try to let's try to continue the stream.
You can spend 40 less than you would spend on a brand new fighting game like Street Fighter or Mortal Kombat, and then that $40 would give you access to every single character that will ever be released, ever. This model works. Games like Brawlhalla and Smite have proven it, but you do need to have cosmetics to go along with it to incentivize those people who do want to buy cosmetics to help you, pay the bills and fund new characters and stuff like that. So a cosmetic system alongside...
So basically what he wants...
He wants Overwatch.
Yeah.
The Brawlhalla Old Legend package is $20, not $40.
This video aged so poorly because
all the collector's pack is just a bunch of coins, and
plus with Brawlhalla, they all have similar normal. The only thing different are their weapon special.
And you get different weapons dependent.
Yeah, you can pick up weapons throughout the match. That's about it.
Yeah, that's it. All that's different are their weapon specials, but their normals are still different. They're the same. Even their weapon is the same.
It's
That's
just
why it's $20.
yeah. It just this. He makes some really weird suggestions.
With Smite, I can somewhat understand, but it's a MOBA.
Yeah.
They all fucking.
You
It's
have
a
the
MOBA.
game characters in a MOBA or
It's like 40 plus characters with the upcoming.
Yeah, there's. I could sort of see it work to an extent, but not really, but not much.
It can kind of work, but you really have to make it work.
Yeah.
Because with that model, if someone buys a character separately or got the founder's pack, he doesn't know how to fight that character. He does. He got practice with those characters.
Oh yeah, I never thought of that part where it's like because you have access to the characters, you can try out their move list a bit. So then so then in a matchup, you have initial experience of being aware of what their moves are like. So then you know how to deal with them when playing with your character.
The only way to circumvent that is make all characters available for training mode. Because that's what Dota did. All their characters are free. They go on cosmetic only business model, but everyone's free. It only
Also,
they only got the popularity to land back, and that's why
Also-
it's popular.
also Overwatch. It's like he.
Yeah.
I know in his previous video, he brought up Overwatch as an example, and it's like, man, Overwatch aged.
Wait,
Overwatch is just nothing but pure cosmetics, and that game aged poorly. Well, granted, there were other factors, but it also brings up a special point. It takes more than just cosmetics to get people playing your game.
Yeah, you got your character has to be viable.
Also, you say look at like because I've been playing a lot of Them's Fighting Herds, and I absolutely love Them's Fighting Herds as a fighting game because of its pixel lobby system. Its pixel lobby
The
system.
lobby is amazing.
Yeah, it's not really just about even being all cutesy and stuff. It actually
it's basically just a worldwide lobby.
yeah, and the game makes me feel like I'm in a casual FGC event.
It's just people fighting each other. That's all.
They're not just fighting each other. You can spar with
You can
each other in
chat.
training mode. You can talk to each other through voice chat and text chat. I brought
You
this
can
up
fight people in boss mode.
you can play salt mines together. And that's why I like Them's Fighting Herds. That's why I like going back to it. Because it makes me feel like I'm participating in the FGC.
To pack, I think is the
Okay.
Okay, that's it.
Is everyone at 654?
Yeah.
Yes. Also, before we start, I don't want to be long. I really hope Strive gets a much better lobby because that lobby, oh god.
That lobby,
I heard.
they fucked up so hard with the lobby. It's depressing.
It was so confusing to me when I played the beta. I was just like, what the
And it's like it's such a jump in style compared to like say Guilty Gear Xrd. Like what? I get that.
Introducing the new minimalistic, what the fuck is going on here, lobby of Strive beta.
They need to take notes from Them's Fighting Herds if they want to push
They
through that
probably
pixel
will
lobby.
anyway, because
They were
if they
already
kept with
fine.
that, people would not want to buy that game at all.
They
Like,
were already
it
fine
won't
with
be
their-
just the simplicity that will kill the game. If they released it this year, it would have been the lobby. So thank goodness they have a feedback loop, because if they didn't have that, they would have been royally screwed and Guilty Gear will die out.
Yeah, and then
Very
people would have
quickly.
just been like, So you can't have simple fighting
And
games.
I already know people who already doesn't like Strife for the gameplay itself. So
Yeah.
if that happened, people
Yes.
would just quit
Honestly,
altogether.
what the most annoying thing I see in Strive is the counter hit. Imagine stupid telenovelas. That's basically how the counter hits work in Strive.
What?
That's
Why telenovelas?
You know how like they put emphasis on like the person talking, or like when something shocking happens, so then they zoom in on the person. That's Strive.
Yeah,
That's how counter hits in Strive work.
there's
Oh
regular
yeah.
counter, and then there's the all right, we're gonna do this action movie thing. Put big, I
Oh, they
would just
made
make
it cinematic.
memes of the really bad new Star Wars films. I just had that big ass counter thing for wherever in the movie,
I
just
have never seen
because.
any Stripe footage yet, so I'm
You
kind of
you should look
excited.
it up. It's depressing. Actually,
Okay, let's see.
we'll watch some Strive footage later, because uh, Majin Obama did cover a streamer, was watching a
Mhm.
streamer who played Strive. So if all goes according to plan. So let's go.
Okay, let's go.
Rotation plus a character pack, I think, is the absolute best way. Works, just go look at Brawlhalla, and they even give you like 8 characters or something like that for a free-to-play rotation, which is insane. You're making the game too easy. I really don't think so. I addressed this a little bit before, but the difficulty of a fighting game shouldn't be throwing a fireball, it shouldn't be teleporting, it shouldn't be any of these things. There's still inherent difficulty with execution. Here's a Batman combo that's in Injustice 2, and this is not using any directional inputs at all. I mean, it's using directional inputs, but not for abilities. So, jump 2, 1, 2, 3, back 2, 4, back 2, 3, 4, and then, well, what you would do in the game is you would use an ability. But in this case, that ability, instead of being down forward 1, would just be whatever system you use to use one button abilities. In the case of Rising Thunder, I believe it was L2 plus 1. That combo is still fairly difficult to do, and we've just removed directional input. But it's still hard to do. I don't know why that's so.
It's so
But
hard
that's
because
bread and
NetherRealm's game
butter
have
combo.
clunky as fuck inputs.
That's yeah. Plus, that's a
Well,
Batman bread and butter combo.
the MK games, like the way they're like it's easier to combo normals in that game because they're like
You,
the
you
way.
bumper into them actually. You do strings, and after you immediately input the special move. That's how it works. You gotta do it in advance.
Yeah,
And that's not very
it's not intuitive.
helpful.
It's not intuitive.
If there is going to be a new Persona Arena game, I want the first 2 Persona characters to be playable
I would
against the
actually,
5th one.
sorry, with like Persona 4 Golden success, I want Atlas to bring back. I want Arxis and Atlas to bring back Persona 4 Arena and Ultimax on PC, but with rollback netcode.
Yes, rollback, and it's all in one package. It's not separate. Because
Actually,
here's
you
the
might
thing.
as well just stick with
If you want
Ultimax.
to rebuy Ultimax on PS3, it's $20, but the deluxe is still $89 for some reason.
Jesus Christ!
Oh my-
What?
That's so fucked up. What the hell?
I don't get it either. The worst part is when Persona 4 Arena Original was on sale. The deluxe is only like several dollars more.
That's depressing. Let's continue with the video.
Oh no.
Hard to understand. I got a lot of comments that were like, hey, get good. I even got this one really nasty one that was like a paragraph long, and it was just like, look at these scrubs talk about fighting games and they have no idea what they're talking about. I thought that was pretty funny. Well, it is true, I am new to fighting games, but I feel like I've come a long way in 6 months. One comment in particular that I got in my
Yeah, I mean, have you been this is the thing. Like That's what I don't
Anyone
understand about this
new to
content.
playing
That's what I don't understand about this content. Like, did he really get into fighting games? As in, like, he has never played fighting games years prior to joining 6 months before he made that video. It's, I mean, there's a reason why people won't just take your word for it if you only played a fighting game for 6 months, especially with these poorly constructed arguments.
Even I can't make arguments, and I'm.
It's like, dude. Also, the thing is, there in his comment section, you can find comments about bringing up how because motion inputs are necessary in fighting games because they allow you to add moves to characters.
Yeah.
He does not notice those comments in his videos. He does not bring them up at all.
Maybe you should check the next Twitter then. It's amazing. I mean, I haven't finished that one.
I don't know how much he's improved since then. I don't think so, though.
Either way, this video aged horribly.
It's horribly aged. It's horribly
How old is this
argument-
video again?
2017, so it's like 3 years old.
Oh god.
You had more than a decade-long year of information about fighting games, and this is how you conclude?
Yeah. Just research.
Should have seen Street Alpha.
Like, when I
Street
did-
Alpha shit.
Like,
I want him to play Street Fighter 1.
here's the thing. Here's the thing.
That's cool.
When I was working on like my Devil May Cry 5 review, I was only really getting into like character action games because of Devil May Cry 5. So because of that, I researched. I had to research
Yeah.
in order to make sure that what I was saying was accurate. Or when I did like my Dead Cells review, because there was a time in Dead Cells where they were promoting it as like it's like Dark Souls, but then it's very fast paced and was like, no, it's not like Dark Souls. And I did research on that,
No.
and I even have a part in like that review where I was talking about how it's not like Dark Souls because Dark Souls, first off, Dark Souls is a lot more slow paced. You can't cancel. You have to commit to your actions in Dark Souls, and role actions in Dark Souls consume stamina. And if you don't have stamina, you can't react properly.
Luckily, the stamina refills fast enough where it's not really a big deal. But, one mistake.
Yeah,
Because
that's
I
the
tried
thing.
to...
That's the thing. That's why it's like this game is not like Dead Cells is not like Dark Souls at all. At all. It is a great game, but it is nothing like Dark Souls.
It's in every roguelike Dark Souls. I guess.
Yeah, Dead Cells is a lot more faster paced, too. It's like... It's not like you're on a timer, but
The
you're
only thing-
definitely...
The only thing that is
Well, you're
similar,
kinda if you want to go for the speed run rooms.
also the only thing that is similar to Dead Cells and Dark Souls are the potions. That's it.
Yeah, that's it. Even then, it's not that hard.
Potions...
That's like say,
How the shop works...
Oops.
Somewhat.
that's like saying Street Fighter and Guilty Gear are the same thing because they have buttons that do attacks. Like
This is like more... This is why I don't like this kind of stuff like Mark Brown, where he's like, I'm gonna explain to you... I'm not gonna answer the question to my video or whatever. I'm just gonna prance around it and then tell you absolutely nothing just to screw with you. And it's just like, are you kidding me? You what, mates?
we should continue.
Alright, we're almost
About Street
finished.
Fighter 5 and how Street Fighter 5 made it too easy for new players and it made the competitive community really upset. And that's not because the game was too easy. That was because the way they did it was really dumb. I'm not going to go into the specifics in this video, but if you look into the way that Street Fighter
Okay.
tried to make it quick,
in defense of Street Fighter V, the problem with Street Fighter V during at least the time when it really got a lot of backlash wasn't because of the what's this? Wasn't
The
because it was
accessibility.
easy.
It wasn't because of that.
It was because of defensive options. People were really upset that they did not have a lot of defensive options.
Also because it was all outsourced, not actually in-house development.
Oh, that's depressing.
Really,
That
fucking
that really. See, when you don't do in-house development and you outsource it, that's where things get muddied.
Oh god.
Like,
shit.
that's why you have to stick to being the main house developer. If you really want to outsource, you would be in a situation where you're out of money. Or at least find... I don't know how Capcom was doing before 2016, but I think they were doing alright. So,
They were
why
making
the
a
out...
comeback, basically. Like, I mean,
And then all of a sudden, they wanted to announce Street Fighter 5 after like Ultra Street Fighter 4 is like a year old, and that just didn't have much of a community after that. For
I
that,
feel like I got robbed with Street Fighter 5. I bought it day one.
Oh.
My god.
And
That'll teach me.
imagine how how many years did it take for them to fix like the the native input delay? Like holy fuck.
Not to mention it didn't have, it barely had any content.
Remember when it was 8 frames of input delay? Like holy fuck.
yeah.
Oh god.
It's better now on console, but it's like you'd still rather play SF5 on PC. Especially because of like especially because of like the laggy stages.
Yeah. The only way you want to play it on console is if you want to play it off.
You ever
And
seen
that's kind of it.
I
got-
remember Daigo's video. He
Yeah.
was so happy that the waterfall video, the waterfall stage was not
It's
lagging
like,
for him.
oh, it's so pretty.
I can DP.
He was like, the SF5 on PC is a really good game. It reminds me of a time when I used to actually play fighting games.
he was even worried about the seed stage, the plane stage.
Yeah, and I saw why. It was like, oh man, I can see how that causes a lot of performance issues on console. Holy fuck.
Jesus Christ. I
Oh,
forgot what we were. What was he talking about?
oh yeah, let's continue.
Easier for new players was just really dumb. That's just not the way you go all in. You can't take the current model and adjust it. You have to go for an entirely different model, like what Rising Thunder did, and what I am proposing, which is getting rid of directional inputs entirely. Street Fighter
Wait.
His suggestions only work for completely new franchises. The moment old IPs do this, they will instantly alienate their audience.
Can you imagine if they revived Darkstalkers and implemented Rising Thunder mechanics?
People would be pissed.
There would be backlash.
Oh
Yeah.
boy.
Especially when you have like a competitive
Shadow
Especially-
play for
especially like
Beast.
isn't Vampire Saviors on like isn't Vampire Saviors on Combo Breaker?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
There's a competitive scene for that, especially with things like Fightcade. So
I actually know the top Felicia.
like my god, imagine like you do that, your fan base will be pissed. Nobody will, and it's like
No one would like it. But they would immediately declare Darkstalkers as dead. It would work on a new IP, but on an existing IP, nah.
Yeah, that's the thing. You look at have you guys watched like the new KI documentary?
No, not yet. What was it
I've
called?
watched
Hold
a
Back to
little
Block.
bit of the big...
It's done by Hold Back to Block. That's the name of the channel. But
Yep.
when they were working on KI, they were not only trying to find ways to modernize the game, they were also doing it in a way that it was still
It
faithful
still
to the spirit of Killer Instinct. That way the fans will still be happy and they'll get new players.
Yeah.
You can't just alienate your old audience, despite their age.
Just update it a bit, and there you go. Just
Or
the core
or
mechanics.
do it like
Actually, when you think about it, Capcom, when you think about it, Capcom has like the most unstable format when it comes to like making sequels to their games. Because look at Street Fighter 2, and then 0, and then 3, then 4, then 5. The 6-button layout is pretty much the same, but there are huge gaps, there are huge discrepancies in terms of how the games are played.
yes.
Yeah, but the core mechanics of it is still the same. Where of their fireballs and shit.
I mean, that's
Or
input. That's inputs. That's not necessarily mechanics. But yeah, the way that the games are designed, there are huge differences in terms of discrepancy, and it's and they're in a way that you can't, that they're not necessarily progression or regression. Like Street Fighter 3 had a parry system. Street Fighter 4 completely abandoned it for having ultra combos and super combos, and then the focus system.
Street Fighter 5 had
Street Fighter 5 still had supers, but they introduced V triggers, V skills and V triggers.
V skills and V trigger. The V reversals are basically counters, which is a nice touch,
Yeah,
but it's every reversal is different for every character.
yeah. Let's continue, because it's like,
He's he said he'll be right back. He went to do something.
oh, actually, in that case, let me get a quick glass of water.
Now I'm alone.
Oh, okay, I'm back.
Now he's gone.
Oh.
Yeah, he went to
That's
get his
right.
glass. The one thing I also dislike about NetherRealm games, uh, you know how characters in fighting games are consistent with their moves, right?
Yeah.
They're basically their normals and their specials. MK doesn't do that. In every iteration, they're either changed up drastically when it comes to strings, and the inputs are different now. So you can't go in there thinking, hey, I can bring my knowledge of this character to this game as well.
Yeah, like specifically Scorpion's chain is different in MK9 than it is in the other games, where it's like back and then a button versus back forth. And then
It can't be
Liu
consistent.
Kang's bicycle kick is like back forward and then a
Mhm.
button.
All right, I am back.
They can't be consistent with the MK. That's one of the reasons by another.
That's
Yeah,
Mm.
MK is just like when you look at it and go, there's so much inconsistencies with it. That's my only issue with certain fighting game series. If they're going to be very inconsistent with a lot of things, then it's just not fun.
But and there was and Street Fighter 5 had only one no, not one, two inconsistent characters. But I guess I can understand why they did it. Vega and Charlie, they became motion characters in 5,
Oh.
but they still tried.
I don't mind
They
that
still,
actually.
yeah,
Like
they still
their
kinda play the
changes
same.
aren't like terrible.
Well, the thing
It's
is,
just like
the thing
they
is,
function a little differently.
well, the thing is,
Yeah.
it's like Vega as a charge character by nature. he had long normals to compensate for like the charge inputs, because at least then you can space out your buffers with normals.
Yeah.
So then it's like you still have like those normals, and then you have like the circular inputs. So that kind of changes like how he can. Changes his pacing by a lot.
With Charlie, I understand as well because he basically plays like a different. Unlike he's not his Street Fighter Zero counterpart. He's definitely a new character, even with the sonic booms.
I kind of like him actually, especially when I was just trying to mess around with his second V trigger, his dash. Apparently, during a hit, you can just like activate and then do like another attack, but like your two heavies or kick, and he does like a unique flash kick, which
that was basically his somersault in Zero. It's nice nut.
like Charlie feels so much fun to play because he has a lot more than what he used to have, especially that command grab, which I found out that you can use stealth dash, the special somersault, and you can do the command grab at the same time with the right timing. It can actually hit, but it won't be like a close-up animation. It'd be a very different camera work. When it gets hit. I love it.
Let's actually continue.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go 1 minute.
Enough, and that's why it frustrated the competitive community, because we had what was effectively a competitive game, but watered down so that new players could access it. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is designing a game from the ground up with one-button abilities. If you don't think you can create a competitive experience with that, then you're too far gone. I'm never going to be able to convince you of this argument because you're just sticking your fingers in your ears and you're going, la 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 la, I'm not listening, I can't hear you, because
No, this is the worst way to close off your video. That's the worst possible.
Sorry.
That's the worst.
I had to go back.
That's the worst possible way to close off your video. Just talking down to your audience like that. No, don't do that. You made so many bad points throughout your video. It's like, don't end it off like that. That's just awful.
It can be done, but if they careful, people will not like it.
Oh dear. The second video is 16 minutes long.
Oh, you're gonna love that 16 minutes, I tell you.
God.
I only watched 5 minutes of it, and boy, he had some spicy takes.
Yeah,
Oh,
that'll
boy.
be fun.
Alright, well,
Let's
yeah,
actually
let's-
finish this quick. Let's try to finish this
Finish
quickly.
one.
your fingers in your ears and you're going, la 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 la, I'm not listening, I can't hear you, because that's just not arguable. You can't possibly say that it's impossible to create a competitive experience with one-button abilities. If you really do think it's impossible, League of Legends wants to have a conversation with you. Actually, literally every...
It's not even out yet.
No. I mean, he's talking about the MOBA. He's comparing.
He's comparing a
team-based
MOBA to a fighting game. Unless he's talking about that League of Legends fighter because Rising Thunder bought the right.
We still
Is this-
don't know what they'll do with it.
Riot
Riot bought the rights
Rising
for Rising Thunder. It's like they're making it their League of Legends
They
fighter.
bought the engine, but we don't know if they'll still follow the Rising Thunder formula.
We don't even know what's going to happen to that game.
Come on,
We don't even know anything about it other than the trailer. That's it.
Does it count as a trailer if it just showed some screenshots and some vague videos?
Actually, yeah, that's a fair point. We practically know nothing about it. We don't even know what they're going to do.
I literally just searched up a League of Legends fighting game on Google, and then people will ask, and it's like, is League of Legends a fighting game? Is the first thing.
Oh my god. What?
Thank you, Google. Oh, that's why I like Google sometimes, because some of it's kind of useful, but then you get weird questions like that. I'm like,
This is that actually reminds me of Steam one time, because apparently Garfield Garfield Racing. Garfield Racing was apparently a fighting game one time, or Steam considered Garfield Racing as like a fighting game.
I have a game now.
It's like what?
What, the remastered version?
Hold up.
Just,
I don't want. You could just continue playing the video while it loads.
yeah, I mean, it's just 30 seconds, 40 seconds.
Every competitive game on the planet other than fighting games wants to have a conversation with you, because there is only one genre in the entirety of the world that uses this absolutely ridiculous directional input system. I really should just address this final argument before I end this video. Some people have said in my comment section that it would be impossible to create a non-directional input system because of the lack of buttons on a controller or that's on a fight stick. It's totally possible. Rising Thunder did it just perfectly. Go ahead and look up Rising Thunder if you're curious. Again, thank you guys so much.
Yeah,
That's basically a lie. RPGs do that too.
also
The
the thing
Tales series do that.
Also, the thing is, it's like, yeah, because of the arcade sticks and the controllers, you only have a limited amount of special moves. Where if you had motion inputs, you could have one character can have several special moves.
Devil May Cry does that.
Yeah,
Bayonetta does that. Especially Bayonetta does that.
look at
And
like what's this? Marvel vs. Capcom 3 Dante. He has so many special moves. And how are they able to add that despite having like 4 attack buttons and 2 assist buttons with directional inputs? And
Yeah.
some of them were follow-ups, sure, but there's still a lot of directional inputs.
Monster Hunter. With Marvel, Dante, about the presentation of the character, you gotta make sure you're representing them properly. Dante has that excuse. He has so many moves because he has so many weapons at his disposal.
Exactly. And it's all about being stylish and switching weapons. That way you look cool when you're doing combos.
yeah, like I don't like there. Wait, which? I just sometimes like to mess around in Ultra Street Fighter 4 in train mode just to see, oh, can I do this thing and that thing?
Yeah.
I did it on 3DS, and I'm just like, so I figure out like if I can try to do Guy's command thing and then Ultra in one, and it's possible. There's a light to medium to heavy kick. You know, the punch kick thing.
Yeah. His string.
I like,
Quite
for
straight.
some weird reason, I like his strings, and I don't know why. Though he's a lot faster in Alpha than he is in 4, unfortunately.
Well, that's because
see-
of 5 they had more. They really his whole auto combo was pretty much inspired by Final Fight. You can really see
Yeah.
that. You can really tell.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's his string. in
There's
Final
also
Fight.
that underrated Final Fight Revenge game.
Yeah, I saw that. It was fucking weird. The final boss is Zombie Belger.
Oh my god.
That was so jank. But it has the best super poison. It's,
Oh yeah, like a Hager.
shouldn't go to Sato
Command grapple. Super where he just spins the opponent around the world and just slam dunks. It's so goofy. I love
it's
it.
so goofy.
Let's
Shame.
let's finish this.
And let's finish this and move on to the next.
Video and hearing out my arguments. I'd appreciate any amount of feedback on this video. We'll see you in tomorrow's video.
All right,
Nice.
let's move on to the next one.
I would like to start this for not uploading yesterday. It was
Okay, so the title.
spending
Hold
time
on.
with family.
Title of
Or
this next
just
video
fun.
is why fighting games must change.
A change.
Okay. Change to what?
Yeah,
No.
yeah. You
No.
see the people complain about newer games, like especially Cross Tag Battle, where people are like, I don't know about that.
Cross Tag Battle is an
I-
okay
I
game
don't
for like a
think
tag
so.
game, but it's just
I'm just not a fan of the series, of the characters they're representing. I'm not a fan of Ruby. I'm not a fan of Persona. I played a bit of Blaze Blue.
Honestly,
I
Ruby Blaze Blue
I played
Crosstag
some.
Blaze Blue Crosstag Battle was the only game where I actually heard about Ruby, and I was like, "Oh, what's Ruby? I should look this up." And then when I see the actual source material, it's like, "Ew, why are they
It
so
looks
ugly?"
rough. Yeah.
It looks like
Like how do you,
need to dance.
like how does the game that just has them as guest characters make them look
Look
better?
I know, right?
What the fuck?
I mean, I'm really happy those are new sprites and they look really good. I haven't messed around with them. They're actually kind of fun to play.
Yang's Unga all day. Fuck yeah.
Blake is unusual, but I wouldn't mind trying her out.
And what's this? Waze is OP on the premise of just being a fencer character.
What about Neo? Because I haven't messed with her.
Neo is just meh.
I don't like the sound of that.
Honestly, the
That's
only
the
character
top.
I actually really enjoyed of like the new characters, aside from Susanoo, is
I mean, at least you get the
I
giant
like the-
tank as a playable character.
I like the the Senran Kagura character. Oh, what's her
Yumi.
name?
Oh, her. Yeah, I tried her.
She's
in,
fun. She has really good
with the
normals, and she's a lot of fun.
The challenge modes just to see her combos, and I'm like, oh, that's pretty neat. The way she chains her moves.
Yeah, and actually, she's fairly easy, but it's like she has a lot of good spacing. That's what makes her nice.
And Kagura for all the fan services things of it. It's actually a good franchise in terms of action. It's fun.
Is STL Versus better, or you prefer to play Burst in the older ones?
Renewal. Renewal is the remake, right?
Well, it was on 3DS. Yeah, Burst was
Renewal.
originally on 3DS.
Yeah, it's a fun game. I don't mind. I mean, it's fan servicey, but well, yeah, I don't mind. I don't mind fan service.
Anyway,
Let's
Okay,
continue.
let's start.
Video by apologizing for not uploading yesterday. It was Christmas, and I thought that I was still going to end up making a video because I wasn't busy spending time with family because we mostly celebrated on the 24th. I actually did go to make my video. It was around about like 9 p.m. or whatever. It's normally when I make my videos, and I upload them around about 3 a.m. my time, which is perfect for my American viewers and my European viewers. Kind of sucks for my Australian viewers, but that's the way I do it. However, yesterday I ended up spending so much time playing Pokken Tournament. I kept going, one more game, one more game, and then I'll go make my video. One more game, and I'll go make my video. And then I looked at the clock, and it was like 2 a.m. and I'm like, it's Christmas? Maybe people won't even want to watch your video. So I didn't bother making a video, so my apologies for that. Pokken Tournament's actually a fighting game I thought I would never enjoy anywhere near as much as I have been, because I had no idea about the core gameplay mechanics, and I'm loving it a lot. After spending so much time playing that game yesterday, I was motivated to make this video. I actually was intending to make a video like this for quite some time, but my experience I had with Pokken made me want to talk about this right now. In the past, I've talked about issues like this on my channel with the fighting game genre. I've tried explaining why I think these changes need to happen. Things that I think are just awful about the fighting game genre. Things that I think...
And every single time, all your points sucked. I'm sorry, I needed to
Yeah.
bring this up.
honestly, though, that TMT reveal was awesome, though. Not gonna
That
lie.
was, that was pretty cool. Pretty cool.
I'm like, oh, thank God, it's not Michael Bay.
That would made me cry.
Also,
Also, they play really different.
Captain
like-
Atom is a
Yeah, they're
depressing.
basically the Cyborg of Injustice too, which is
Yeah.
it's pretty neat.
Captain Atom in Injustice looks like such a depressing character.
yeah.
Weird.
He does not animate at all. Like his shrinking, it's literally just the size scaling. Like when you do like control left click and then you just drag and drop. Or you just drag and scale. That's literally how he animates when he shrinks.
With,
Like,
with
what the f-
After Effects.
Yeah, and it's like, what the fuck? Why? What happened?
Oh god. Okay. Let's see his new points, if he has any.
I think are objectively bad about the fighting game genre. And when I say objectively bad, I don't mean for me personally. I can deal with all of these things I'm about to talk about. I do deal with all of these things I'm about to talk about. I play Injustice 2, I play Pokken Tournament, I play whatever new fighting game's going to come out this year. I'm going to buy Dragon Ball Z Fighters, I'm going to buy BlazBlue Cross Tag Battle, I'm going to buy whatever fighting game comes out because, A, that's become a part of my livelihood now, but also just because I enjoy playing them. But these things need to change if we want to take fighting games from what they are currently, which is a fairly small genre, and turn it into something much larger.
I'm sorry. Like, the way that Captain Atom was just dropping things, like, that's not an attack. That doesn't sell anything.
I want to revert back for a moment. I was getting a little distracted. I'm sorry.
Why is it 125 now?
It's become a part of my livelihood now, but also just because I enjoy playing them. But these things need...
Oh god, that float. That float makes me sick. Ugh. 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 Oh no.
Where are you guys at? Because I'm at 130 right now.
Yeah, I'm at 130.
Just,
That remind... man, Peach's float from Smash looks better than that. I'm looking at it, go, oh, why?
I don't.
Why you
I
must
can
torture
never.
me?
I can never understand how NRS is backed by a company that is richer than God, but they still don't have good animations.
Yeah.
But using the old game animation.
That's
Well, the philosophy of it, at least.
oh god. Oh, but that was literally. Just
You know what's weird? I found Mortal Kombat 4 more fun than the previous 3 Mortal Kombats. Just because it was
Wait, Mortal Kombat 4?
I think
Yeah.
I remember watching a video from like Fourth Snake. And he
I
kind
just can't enjoy digitized characters. It looks so weird.
like I was Fourth Snake did like a video once about Mortal Kombat. He kind of brought up how like the OG Mortal Kombat games were the original trilogy of Star Wars, and then
Yeah.
from 4 until Mortal Kombat 4 until Armageddon was basically the prequel trilogy, and then 9
Armageddon is interesting because I have it on my computer for
Armageddon
emulation.
is-
I'll-
yeah
Yeah.
Armageddon
I-
is so weird, but yeah
There's a secret. There's like an extra video that I might want to showcase to you at some point. Like, they have like weird glitchy videos. Apparently, with the Europe version, those videos don't have sound on the Europe version, but they work fine on. But the game's at 60, but the videos are at 30 for some reason. I'm just like,
Oh
okay.
yeah, I get it. Fucking
Oh, well.
anyway
I'm gonna have to showcase the wackiest thing I saw on there.
anyway
Okay.
what's this? What was I about to say?
All right, well,
Change.
just-
I was
we
about
wanna
to
take
say-
fighting games.
I was about to
Oh,
say
sorry.
that the new Mortal Kombat games from like 9 to 11 are essentially the sequel trilogy.
I mean, I
Nine
I
was
don't
alright.
know.
Nine was
Like,
the least
I would
bit.
not mind playing MKX because I played Jason a little bit here and there, and I just like playing Jason for some reason.
I played Gungeon
Oh,
and Ancestral, not Bong Jutsu.
I just fucking 11 really fucked up, really dropped the bomb with the story, and it's like I have no idea what the hell. I have no idea what the hell is
I
happening.
like that
Shenanigans.
clip in Aftermath. I just watch a guy die in an acid bath.
And they all just cringe.
They all just stare. Shang Tsung's the only one who's just grinning from it. Everyone, like, they were all about to fight, and then they stop and they watch that one
Stop
guy
with that
die.
phone, but
Like what
the
the
old
hell?
cringe.
Like what? What?
The only reason Aftermath is kind of bad, not MK11, 11 story is bad. They went with time travel shenanigans and just continue with Dark Raiden. Didn't have to go with Chronic.
Yeah.
Chronica was, I don't know. Well, I remember, I'm just like, this story was whack. I don't. I'm gonna have to watch Aftermath.
It gets really
or play
autistic,
it.
especially when you look at how the time travel shenanigans works. It's so
I mean-
weird and it's so inconsistent.
I play 13-2. So-
Remember that part in story mode where old Scorpion was fighting younger Scorpion?
Yeah.
Yes.
Even though they established that if like the past version gets hurt, then the future version also gets hurt.
Mirror match.
Yes.
Re-
And it
Like-
probably gets retconned, right?
Like what? I just it's so dumb.
Yep.
We should
Also-
probably continue on with the video before we get sidetracked.
Yeah.
Yeah. I also love
Change
It's not
if we want to
moving
take
it.
fighting games from what they are currently, which is a fairly small genre, and turn it into something much larger, a genre that can compete with MOBAs, shooters, and others. Currently, we can't do that with fighting games. As I've stated before, the problem is accessibility. Fighting games like Street Fighter V, Mortal Kombat, Injustice, and others are very difficult to get into, because in order to play online and compete, which I think is a very important part of fighting games, right? Competition is kind of core to what the idea of a fighting game is. In order for you to do that, you need to learn the base mechanics of the game. Things like overhead, low, mid, things like grab, how to tech grabs, how to block, the basics of frame data, meter management.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing about all these mechanics that he's listing. You can learn all of that as you play the game. You learn all of that naturally as you play the game.
Yep.
One thing about the accessibility thing, I call bullshit on that because MOBAs are hard to get into.
Yeah.
They're not noob friendly.
Look at like
It-
Dota. There's a reason why in Dota you have the option to link guides because you're not going to know how the synergy of items works on the get-go.
Yeah, you start with a beginner like rec. It's up to you how to make that work. And to this day, League still hasn't put up tooltips in the hero portraits.
Yeah. You have to
You have to open a guide in a browser just to see how much your attack ability.
in
is
League of Legends,
converted.
you'd have an objective advantage if you were like me, where you have two monitors. Because you have one monitor for the game, and then you have another monitor for a guide that you can look at
Yes.
on the internet.
I mean, yeah, you can memorize what the skill does, but that's it. How much damage or what stat affects what? That you can only see that in game, which is bullshit.
Yeah,
But
because it's like
that's
you're investing skill points. The thing with like fighting games, you have all your moves. Maybe you don't have access yet to the powered up version if you don't have meter or resources, but you pretty much have access to your moves. So then if you
The
mess
thing
up if you don't use your move correctly, that's fine. You learned from it.
And the best part is, League, well, like most MOBAs, have status effects and crowd control. Do you know what tenacity is? In League, I don't. They don't tell me that.
I
have
never
to
knew
go-
what tenacity was. I actually only played Rengar.
I don't unless you go to a guide.
Yeah, just
Fucking tenacity.
data, meter management. Don't get me wrong, these are things you need to learn in other games as well. Not these specific things, but for example, Counter-Strike, you have to learn how to position yourself correctly, when to rotate to the other bomb site, where should you be positioning your crosshair if you're currently not aiming at somebody so that you have the most accurate shot if someone pops around that corner. How to manage your money in between rounds. In Overwatch, you have to decide how close you want to be to your healer. Is it good for me to move away from my healer in order to win this fight? Should I let my healer hide? Do I need to hide? Do I need to use my ultimate in this fight? Do I need to switch characters? These are things you need to learn in Overwatch. In League of Legends, you have to learn about how to last hit minions the most efficient way. When can I go for Dragon?
You can easily learn that shit. Fuck that. It's literally, oh, I got the last hit. I get money. You can literally...
MOBAs a lot harder to, unless it's hot. MOBAs are a lot to learn.
In terms of item guides, in terms of like understanding the full intricacies of your characters, yeah, they are harder. But in terms of surface level shit like getting fucking money, that is really easy to learn on the get-go.
Yeah. Oh wow!
Yeah,
I killed this thing and I got money. Maybe I should kill more.
Oh,
yeah.
it was the last hit.
I play MOBAs and I learned you level up. You don't pick a fight with a character that's like higher level than you, especially when there's like two you have to deal with at once. You might as well run away at that point.
Yeah, don't be that
Like-
fucking idiot who 1v2s in the match for reasons.
Unfortunately, I've done that. Like, even if I haven't done it in a while, thinking to myself, yeah, don't let the enemy don't get into a situation where you have to deal with two of them, because it's just never gonna work unless you have someone else.
Moral of the story: stop trying to 1v2.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. You're like wondering, why am I dying? Like,
Unless you're absolutely
you know
dead.
why. Wow.
Should I lose intentionally so that my jungler can go for an easy gank? How far can I push this lane without being threatened by the enemy jungler? These are things you do need to learn in League of Legends, Overwatch, and Counter-Strike. But all of these things can be passively learned while playing the game, because you don't have something like directional inputs limiting you, forcing you to hit training mode before you...
Fucking hell!
Fighting games do that too. We just mentioned it earlier.
How
And,
stupid do you have? How incompetent do you have to be to not be able to pull off just these motion
Does he?
inputs?
Does he
It'd
not
be
know?
hilarious if he just repeats this entire trailer several times over
Like,
and not
what-
have any other footage.
Okay, one thing for his directional input ability shit. Kill shots. You still have to aim.
yeah, headshots. Your opponent's not gonna make that easy for you.
Even in MOBAs, you still have to think, is he going to come here? Is he going to go there? Should I aim here? Should I use my ult now?
Should I scramble for the rune?
Oh,
God,
with that. Okay.
and it's
see.
like this is the thing about inputs. It's such a mechanical thing. Just
You know
practice.
who?
Just
You know who
practice
has
it.
air
It's just-
quotes
it's second
directional-
nature.
You know who's kind of difficult to play in Dota?
Ooh,
Invoker, Meepo, and you have to micromanage with that. Lone Druid has a bear. Fucking Christ.
Should it
you decide whether you like the core game or not. Nobody learns how to throw an ability in League of Legends because it's just a button. You just press.
yeah.
Still learn
You-
how?
There's literally a target that you have to click on. It's not just a button.
I was like getting very feels like I've been very baked, even though I haven't had any
to be
weed.
fair, To be
Boy.
fair, Sona is pretty unga. Sona is pretty unga when it comes to support. He gets free shots. But still Still, you still pay the price if you miss the shot.
Also, yeah. Also, like, has he ever played Earthshaker?
Oh,
Do you know
God.
how smart you have to be to aim those earthquakes?
I never heard
Or
this game, and
Enigma.
I probably want to check it out.
Check out Earthshaker.
Oh, Dota 2, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, of course. Dota 2 is really the one I really played. But it's like, yeah, being support is not easy, especially with
Look at
Earthshaker.
6 million
Who's
Echo
a-
Slam.
Yeah, I played Viper, and I know full well that I don't have much compared to everyone else, but I had to like play carefully because I'm also a glass cannon.
Oh yeah, definitely. But you can be a tank in late game as Viper.
Yeah.
That fucker is.
Yeah, Viper's,
I've had
Viper,
so many.
Viper's scary
It's-
endgame during endgame.
Oh,
Well, yeah, I like poison. I like
Debuffs are
damage over time. I don't know why.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know why I like that kind of thing. Like,
Yeah, no, I get
I
it.
mean,
What?
Fang's alright in Street Fighter 5. I don't know if I could play him a lot.
The damage over time is fun.
But
I've had
yeah,
so
let's
many-
continue the video.
Okay.
Press Q, and then you click on the person. Like I said, there are things you have to learn in League of Legends, Counter-Strike, and Overwatch, but those things don't limit you from playing a casual match. When you first start playing League of Legends, Overwatch, or Counter-Strike, you know that you're new to the game, but because you have a full toolkit in front of you, things you have access to, things you don't need to implement a cheat code to end up using in your
Cheat
gameplay.
code? Cheat code? What the hell is he talking about? Is he saying motions or cheat?
Oh my god. Why?
Let's
Give me
revert
what I
back.
Have
I
a
need
full
to hear
toolkit
that
in front of
again.
you, things you have access to, things you don't need to implement a cheat code to end up using in your gameplay, which is effectively what a fireball input is, right? It's effectively
He
a cheat
did! He fucking
People who-
did!
Motherfucker! What the fuck?
Cheat code.
Oh my god.
Hmm.
Who created a
I
hundred?
need to find the meme.
Imagine your content being based on fighting games and then say motion inputs are cheat codes.
Is this how you how people defended Ryu? How people were opposed to Ryu in Smash 4? Is this why?
This is like you
I
could
can
send this
do it
clip
with
to
a-
Scrap Codes
with a
and he'd have a
Joy-Con.
field day with this. My god.
Yeah. You probably should send it to Scrub Codes, actually. The links. I just looked up Formula Mean Street Fighter and I ended up with a mod of, like, for some reason, it's Harambe and Zugar in Street Fighter 3.
What? Jesus.
It's probably, it's not.
I mean, if he compared it to fucking Geese's Rage Storm, fine, whatever. That's a but still, that's a super. But a fireball
Fire Hadouken is a cheat code. Oh my god.
or circle forward is a fucking cheat code, I guess.
Oh my god. That's so
Imagine
dumb.
if he tried. Imagine if he discovered the input for the Tiger Knee in Street Fighter 2. Okay, let's continue. Just fucking.
the original fireball was. For people who don't know, it was actually an Easter egg, or I guess a cheat code, or whatever you want to refer to it
It's
as, in one of the
not.
earliest versions
No, I call bullshit. No way.
It's not an Easter egg. It was implemented as a real thing. In
I need
the
to look this
original
up. Street Fighter. I need to look this up. Street Fighter. I need to look up the original Street Fighter game. Fucking
He says it's an Easter egg.
If he's talking about the red fireball, that's just
Oh,
an
shit.
aesthetic change. And then they actually made it a real thing.
The player
Just-
can. Okay, Street Fighter. So in this game, the player plays as the martial artist Ryu, who competes in a worldwide martial arts tournament spanning 5 countries and 10 opponents. A second player can join in and play as Ryu's American rival, Ken. The player can perform 3 punch and kick attacks, each varying in speed and strength. And the 3 special attacks, the Hadoken, Shoryuken, and Tatsumaki Senpukyaku, are performed by executing special button combinations. These are not cheats.
These are not Easter eggs. These are actual fucking.
How are they cheat codes? Oh my god.
Sagat uses fireballs, and he's the final boss
I just.
of Street Fighter 1.
I. Oh, so dumb.
Codes.
And he's supposed to
Yeah,
be a fighting game fan.
The real cheat codes for fighting games are actually using alternative things like action replay and whatnot.
Playing-
And it's just
Playing as
basically
Akuma.
make you invincible.
Playing as
Or, you know-
Akuma in Super Turbo was a cheat code.
Yeah, that's a cheat code.
It's an unlockable character.
Playing as Anne in Marvel vs. Capcom was a cheat code. Special moves are not cheat codes.
Oh, also,
I bet.
unlocking old Sagat on the non-hyper version of Street Fighter 2 is a cheat code. Or old characters. Because in Hyper Street Fighter 2, basically, you're allowed to select a specific version of the character
Yeah.
in the character select, but it limits the roster. It only allows you to select a certain amount from the roster, depending on which version you choose.
Wasn't that hyper fighting? I think.
Yeah, well, no, hyper fighting's different. I'm talking about like Hyper Street Fighter 2, which is the anniversary.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You're right.
Yeah, it's the anniversary
Yeah,
version.
the anniversary version. Street
Just,
Fighter 2. Oh, come
How you-
on, man.
how are,
Fucking-
oh,
I bet his favorite game right now is
it's very
Is what?
ER Kung Fu.
Okay. I'm not really sure.
It's a really old game where there's no special moves and you just kick and punch.
just
He should play Shaolin versus Wu Tang, even though that game is jank as hell.
Jesus. Wu-Tang Clan.
Have amazing
Okay.
moments in these games that I mentioned, League of Legends, Overwatch, and Counter-Strike. When you're a new player, you can do amazing things like a 1v3 clutch or a double kill or any of these things. Because sometimes you throw out an ability and you get a couple kills you weren't expecting to get. That happens in these games. These experiences, these exciting moments, these rare double kills, triple kills, no scopes, exciting moments. It's so important for new players to have these experiences when playing competitive games because that experience, those moments, those highlights are what create an amazing gaming experience.
okay.
I'm
So
sorry. But what?
hold on.
I can have hype matches in bronze too.
Also,
Shooters
he was
have
a-
very different skill sets. By
He's
the
been-
way.
he brings up how people are like saying get good. The way he presents these arguments, the way he talks about them, is pretty much why people say just get good.
Yeah.
Also, it sounds like H Bomber guy on Dark Souls 2 video.
What did he say on that one?
If you
again?
if you think about it,
What
What did he
what did he
say
say
now
again?
it sounds like H Bomber guy on his Dark Souls 2 video almost.
Yeah, what did he say though? I don't remember. It's been a while.
I can't remember. It's more like he's like, oh, you have to like, there's no playing, like, playing the first game with Sword and Shield is cheating or something like that.
Oh yeah, that one. Oh, you were
Yes.
playing where he was like downplaying Matthew Matosis for
Maybe-
playing with Sword and Shield on DS on Dark Souls 2.
Yes.
Like
It's almost the exact
it's like,
same
oh,
thing.
you're learning you're trying to use what you learned in Dark Souls 1. Ah, bless. It's like,
Oh god.
Mother-
Okay.
ugh.
God.
Yeah, I don't mean to remind you, but
Oh.
I just think of that every time. I'm like, oh my god, this guy is being the worst.
But you can still have those moments, even when I have.
Also, even if you don't pull off like the fancy double kill or triple kill or whatever, you could still have tense moments in a match.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah,
have
because
those
I played a
moments.
game called Cuisine Royale, and that
Why does that sound-
like even if it's a battle royale, that gets really tense. Like I was getting to the point where it's down to the last person, and I was like literally shaking because the game just gives me enough. Like it's not the music; it's just the silence that gives you a fear of trying to not get shot when you work so hard to survive.
Yeah.
And also,
Yeah.
Cuisine Royale is fun because you're just basically in boxers and then you wear kitchen equipment as weapons and armor. It's hilarious. It's not really good optimized one. I wish they kind of fixed the optimization beyond that.
Anyway, that's
Fucking Christ! New in fighting that. Like
You know what? I'll make a new fighting game that just says that your only button is dab, and you must dab to dab to dab to dab, and that's it. That's
Oh,
your
you mean-
game. You
mean
don't win.
Perfect Game
You don't win. You don't lose. You just dab, and how many times you dab after the timer runs out, you win. There's your fair fighting game. You don't get hit. You don't get hurt. You just press one button, and then you do different buttons that will do very different kind of dance moves, and there you go. There's your fair fighting game. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. And if it sucks, well, basically all your argumentation. And there you go. That's how I pretty much summed up his nonsense.
Every fight can be thin.
yeah. Even if you don't get like fancy combos, even if you don't get like, you don't even win, you can still have tense matches. Like I don't.
Why do
Yeah.
you think? Yeah, I mean, one good example for Samurai Showdown. Even a newbie can
Yes.
kill someone with the wrongest move ever. During
I
the
love-
Yeah,
I
because
love pulling. I,
play-
love pulling off the heavy slashes in the game, especially as like the killing blow.
I make Heavy kind of panic when I was playing Shizumaru, and it was just like
Yeah, fuck
even I-
Shizumaru. Just fuck him. He literally has an unblockable when fully charged. Like fuck him.
it's forget AR character like Zonk Punch and whatnot. His is like a dash. It's like
It's a dash
Oh,
stab
fuck.
that is unblockable and deals a fuck ton of damage.
like
I wonder
it's
if-
literally like I just play footsies, hold the button the entire time, and
Also-
then unleash it.
Also, while like if you throw like his umbrella, while that's out, he has a chance to parry and disarm you.
Oh god.
It's not his main
Oh.
weapon. It's just a projectile. It's like Galford. God.
Bust the blade.
Just
Brasna bread. Go, Papi.
I love Hanzo's I don't know, for some reason I love his command grab.
Oh
And-
yeah.
Hanzo plays interestingly because the way his fireballs work, they like bounce instead of just full screen. I mean, they go full screen, but they have a bounce to it, so that kind of leads to interesting things.
Oh yes.
anyway,
The big fucking.
we should probably finish this. That way we have time for
Yeah.
the Majin
Yeah,
Obama
but
video.
it's because he's.
And
such a
also, I had to
fucking-
get to work.
Yeah, he makes a lot of bad points.
Okay, let's do it. Let's do
competitive
it.
gaming experience. These moments and highlights are much harder to come by in fighting games, for new players anyway. Obviously, we still have amazing hype moments in fighting games, because it's still a competitive game, but new players don't experience these things because of directional inputs. Because in order to have that moment, you would need to be able to throw your fireball. You need to hit training mode, and you need to figure out how to throw the fireball. You need to figure out how to do it consistently, and we aren't even talking about combos yet. We're just talking about throwing out an ability. So for this reason, I think we should not have directional inputs in new fighting games. There's not a whole lot of reason to have directional inputs in fighting games.
Yes, there is. You've been ignoring this argument because special motion inputs allow you to add more moves to a character. By
Thus,
having
they reward you for experimenting.
I
exactly.
mean, you could be that crazy person and be like, I'll just use the attack buttons and never a single special move. You're only gonna go so far with that.
Like that one guy who never knew how to block in Dark Souls. He just used parry the entire game. Never knew.
Or
Although-
Gandhi.
although-
Gandhi never knew.
although-
Gandhi just did very basic stuff in DreamHack, and he still won.
Yep.
It's to
Also,
reward
the
players.
reason why people parry the Dark Souls is so you can kill off the enemy quickly. It's not just because you want to be. There's a good reason why you want to, because if you're gonna die a lot, you want to dispatch them very quickly. Because if you don't, you're gonna have a hard time later down. And the weird thing is, the parry timing is very different in Demon Souls than it is in Dark Souls 1. It's like easier to do with the parry attack in Demon Souls, but in Dark Souls 1 it requires a little bit of timing to parry in comparison. Because Demon Souls does feel like a slightly faster game.
Demon
some
Souls
way.
was very experimental, and it shows.
Yeah.
I hope it comes to PC. I don't have a console.
I'm
unfortunately.
too lazy to buy a PS5. I'd like the DualSense. I'd like that DualSense controller though. That looks neat.
That would be nice. The bottom line, it gives variety to the character you're playing, and it rewards the player with the execute.
Games. Other than that's the way it used to be. Now, in the past, I've made videos where I've talked about directional inputs, and generally the type of response I get is this. You're dumbing down fighting games, or you're making fighting games too easy. And another point is directional inputs are core to fighting games. These 2 points are just super weak. They're super easy to attack, so here's how I would attack them. If you think either of these two things, you also simultaneously have to think that Smash, Pokken, Rising Thunder are either dumbed down or aren't even fighting games at all. Smash.
But
No.
yes, they are. I mean,
Also,
the reason Sakurai made Smash is he beat someone so hard in King of Fighters that he felt bad. So maybe
damn, that was a thing.
yeah, that's real. He himself he beat someone's girlfriend so bad in King of Fighters that he cried. So he decided, oh, okay, I feel bad now. Fighting that anyone can play. So Smash was born.
Oh god.
He did dumb down the mechanics, but he kept it deep enough.
Also, the thing about Smash, it's simple on a surface level. If you look at like say how movement is done in that game, that is some really advanced shit.
It started out as a party game, and then when they made another entry, they made it deeper.
Also,
Then Brawl happened.
hi Metalhead. Yeah, it's fine. I understand that you have work since it's like daytime during the US. So the VOD will be up anyway, hopefully. So what's this? Yeah, I'll mostly just keep the VOD here, assuming that the quality is still up. I think I also recorded like while we were streaming, so if the quality of the live stream if the quality of the VOD isn't good enough, then I'll just unlist it and then just re-upload the stream.
Okay.
Anyway, let's continue.
Rising Token Tournament all use their own system for one-button abilities, and are very competitive fighting games with lots of depth. I know this is going to happen, there's going to be a ton of people in my comment section who don't even know how a one-button system would even work, so I'm going to go into it right here. There is a ton of different methods of using non-directional inputs. You can have a cool...
Alright, before we can do... Token Tournament is definitely... Well, like, I haven't played it, but it seems like a much better arena fighter than... Even though I enjoy the Ultimate Ninja Storm games, I feel like they have their own unique issues. And
better than Jump Force.
Jump Force is okay. It's not. It's better than Burning Blood, but it's nowhere as good as Saint Seiya Soldier Soul.
Yeah.
It's saying a lot.
Also, the only like fighting arena games that are actually considered really good are like the Gundam games.
Wait, what?
The Gundam,
What?
the Gundam games.
Oh,
right.
You mean
Gundam versus.
Wait, the giant. Oh, Gundam versus. Oh yeah, I do own it, but I removed it from my because I didn't play
Yeah.
it much.
Especially
I
here,
like Gundam Battle Assault, though.
especially
And
here
there was-
in like Quezon
And then
City.
also because you can't really play online unless you have PlayStation Plus. That was the other problem I had with it.
In
I was just like,
in
ugh.
here in the Philippines, especially like in Quezon City, there's actually a competitive scene for Gundam versus.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
in
for what
anime
little
games, basically.
I played of it, I think it is pretty fun. It's about the same level as quality as like the Gundam Dynasty Warriors games. Well, especially the third one, when I played a little bit of, that I actually kind of enjoy. I kind of wish they were on PC though.
Anyway,
It's
let's.
mentioning Rising Thunder.
Rising Thunder has
It
like
has its own-
cooldowns,
Yeah, it has
and
enough. Plus the stages are not too big. You're zoomed in.
Yeah,
yeah.
let's
Alright,
continue this.
There is a ton of different methods of using non-directional inputs. You can have a cooldown and single button system like Rising Thunder uses. You can have a system like
course.
Pokken uses, which is basically some normals are effectively special moves. For example, the light attack or light punch in Pokken is just a straight up regular punch if you're next to the opponent, but if you hold back, it's now a full screen projectile. Or you have the method that Smash uses, which is
That sounds like the way you do inputs for like character action games.
Like what?
Like character action games, like Bayonetta, Devil May Cry, The Wonderful
they still
101.
Yeah, but they still do directional buttons.
Vindictus, even if it's, I mean, Vindictus still plays the same. Like I said, it's a decent action game for what. It's not optimized great on PC though. It kind of doesn't function very well with multi-cores for some reason.
Bayonetta has forward, back, forward, hold back. Fuck, that doesn't even count.
Also, it depends
Dodge
on
opposite.
also
Yeah.
depends on the character you play in Vindictus. Like, there's this giant muscle guy called Karok, where he just has a pillar where he just swings around. You can also have something called Cetus, where you just basically do like your one click to right. But there's like a special button where if you press E at any point in time, it does an explosion. And he also has like a buff that you can either use a lot of your stamina, and then when you use the attacks, you can also press E, and then the explosion will give you like a 30-second buff. That will change that way you're dependent on the color, make you faster to attack or stronger. And there's different aspects to on character, like it's not just one button, you're doing like, depending on which buttons you use. You have to also be careful of your stamina, because a lot of attacks drain stamina, so you don't want to do the whole free click the final combo with the normal attack into like special the whole time because it uses the less stamina. So you want to like mix it up.
All right. Now,
Yeah, it's pretty complex, even if the game's kind of.
What he wants already exists. You know what
Yes.
game? You know what game?
yeah.
A game that doesn't have directional input and just normals. Blade Strangers.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Now that I think about it, you're right.
Blade Strangers exist. Like that. Fucking.
Uh, Also, there's a lot of crazy ways to combination,
Yeah. Okay.
like EX into. Yeah, that's a whole other thing.
Anyway, let's continue.
Yeah, let's continue.
face button to a special button, and now based on the direction you're holding, it does a different thing. Here we have 3 different systems for one button abilities for 3 different subgenres of fighting games. You have the traditional 2D fighter, which is what Rising Thunder is, using a cooldown system, a 3D fighter, which is Pokken Tournament, using what I will call a normal input system for special moves, meaning it's just a regular button, and the platform fighter, Smash, using a special specific button. I think these systems are perfect for their respective genres. So, moving past directional inputs for a second, even if we say, for example, the next Street Fighter game did this, it wouldn't blow up in the way that I want it to. It just wouldn't be enough to take directional inputs out of a current existing fighting game and release a new game, especially if it was specifically Street Fighter. So on top of removing directional inputs, I think you need to convince people who don't play fighting games that this is a fighting game you can just pick up without telling them that it's easy. Nobody wants to play a game that markets itself as, look, it's so easy, even you can play it. But that being said, the industry of fighting games has a history of being incredibly difficult to pick up. Almost everyone has tried a fighting game before, and they have an idea in their head of what a fighting game is. And that idea consists of
Bullshit.
Wait. What? Can you rewind that? Back in
Are we
Seven
at,
Words.
part.
I
Yeah.
apologize. I probably should pay attention to stuff, getting distracted.
okay?
I got-
Are we?
I
Is
got
everyone at
confused.
704?
Yeah.
Okay.
as, look, it's so easy, even you can play it. But that being said, the industry of fighting games has a history of being incredibly difficult to pick up. Almost everyone has tried a fighting game before, and they have an idea in their head of what a fighting game is. And that idea consists of, this genre is too hard, which ends up
No,
mostly happening.
Wait.
Bull fucking shit.
People pick up MOBAs, and they know it's hard, but they stick with it. I know people. I met people who've done that.
Yeah.
It's just fighting games are not their thing.
That exactly.
That's it.
Also,
It's an interest. If you're going for the general populace, you risk alienating the fan base. Fine, go for new audience, but don't. But trying to alienate the current audience can be a bit hard if you do that.
alienating your your current audience is why people don't like the Disney trilogies.
Hell, Guilty Gear Strive is currently in that position right now.
Yeah, pretty much. Street Fighter. Actually, was it Street Fighter 5? Or I think when Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite were announcing that they wanted to do simplified inputs, people threw a fit.
Yeah, I actually was. They were going to change the DP motion into downtown.
Yeah, it was it was bad enough that they yeeted the X-Men characters because Disney, but then now you simplified the inputs.
I actually didn't even mind them going back to light punches, hard punches.
Yeah,
System.
and 2v2 was
I don't
fine.
mind
The assist, the way that you'd switch characters was actually kind of neat, but it was just yeeting X-Men characters, replacing the hype soundtracks of the Marvel characters into these orchestrate cinematic generic ass soundtracks because my Marvel cinematic universe.
Yeah. Well, in this case, he's trying he's trying to go for the more for new audiences.
Also, MVCI has a lot of crazy ways to do combos. Like, I think it is the one thing I would appreciate about the game. It's just the amount of setups and crazy shit that people can do in it.
Oh, definitely.
Like more than Marvel vs. Capcom 2 and 3 would ever dream of, which is weird.
I preferred MVCI system because I can play both the characters and not have to sacrifice people I like just so I can prop up one character.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Because of like
that's the only issue. It's like the rosters. I mean, Thanos coming back is kind of neat, especially how he plays in that game.
No more bubbles though.
Yeah, sadly.
Yeah. Like, if you put Phoenix right there, he would be super low tier because he doesn't have.
Hello? You cut off there. You cut off there. Can you repeat that?
Like, Phoenix Wright would be super low tier if they brought him back to. Because he doesn't have any assists.
Well, yeah, that's kind of like the thing. It's like you can sort of make like your own assist. That's kind of like what I found neat about the tag option in Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite. Mechanically speaking, MVCI isn't a bad game, but
it's the whole marketing that fucked it over.
Marketing and presentation completely damaged the game.
Or mode basically
I'm just
5 years of shit.
But I'm glad it's It's weirdly optimized really well. Even I can play the game on not highest, but at least high enough settings where it doesn't have weird frame dips or anything.
Best character for me in MVCI is Monster Hunter. God, that character had so much love put into it.
Dante has a lot of extra stuff along with Zero.
Yeah, it's a shame. It's a shame that he looks like a crack addict in the story mode.
Yeah, unfortunately. I mean, I think that would make sense in lore, honestly.
Well, okay. So going back to this guy.
Not really.
going back to this guy, he's proposing one button special for the new audience. So basically, he doesn't trust the audience to be smart enough to do a quarter circle forward.
Despite being it so easy, I got into fighting games back in 2009. It didn't take me so long to understand. Oh, I need to do quarter circle forward.
I got calluses just trying to do quarter circle forwards when I was a child because I had babby hands. I got used to it.
Yeah, I mean kids are dumb, but
yeah, I was dumb.
It's like it's not hard, and the thing is, we brought this up earlier. If you care, if you like something, you're going to go out of your way to learn it.
Here's an interesting bit. Why some people doesn't like Street Fighter, prefer Tekken. I asked some of my friends about it, but they don't like They don't like the special move. Why? Because they feel like it's cheating.
Scrubs.
No, really. I'm being serious. They feel like you can just spam move, and it can be a bit difficult for them. That's why they chose Tekken over Street Fighter.
And they were all gangsta until Akuma joined the club.
Oh yeah, you're on the nose right there. Because when
and then along came English Geese,
Oh god, when fucking
Noctis.
Super Akuma showed up with this 98% full meter combo, I said, I wanna try that bitch now. Well, they did a complete 180 when they saw Akuma after that one video. Shit,
Uh,
man. Is that all what it takes to convince you? You can do fancy shit with you.
uh,
Rip or Reno.
They are trying to put the effort at least. I fought them in Tekken. They are putting.
yeah. But yeah,
And that's
that's the thing. As long as you care, as long as you like something, like I enjoy fighting games, so of course I'm willing to go out of my way to learn it.
yeah. If I like that character, screw it. I'm learning that character. Okay,
At least
let's
that's
go.
my assumption. Obviously, I can't prove that, but I listed out
Oh,
reasons
okay,
in
that's
this
just
video
an
that I think
assumption.
that is.
Fuck you
But
then.
even though we
Why are you even pushing for this if this is just an assumption and you can't prove it? It feels like he made a video in September 2017. Then he made a follow-up video on October 2017. And then he makes a third video on December 2017. I feel like throughout that time you could not have included this in argument at all.
Yeah, okay.
Just Jesus Christ.
Continue.
tell them that, hey, we've removed directional inputs. A, they might not even know what that means. B, they might not even recognize that that was what the problem was. So instead of pushing that in the marketing, instead, let's make the game free to play. So for those of us who are excited about fighting games, we would go play this game and we would tell our friends who don't play fighting games, hey, look, this game's really fun. You can play it. I promise it's not like other fighting games. Give it a try. And then they'll get to play the game. They'll get to try the game and they'll realize, wait a minute, this is nowhere near as hard as I remember it being.
Wait,
promise
what?
it would not be like our fight. Don't.
If they never
Don't make
played
statements.
fighting games, they wouldn't be.
Don't make statements like that.
Because
Just don't, please.
If nobody
Yes,
ever
yes,
played
yes.
fighting games in their lives and they played that hypothetical game the first time, they wouldn't be. They would not be saying, "Oh, this is a lot easier than I remember." It's like what?
Here's the problem with that. Say that hypothetical game happened, right? Super accessible, anyone can play it. But then they want to try other fighting games. Got a taste of this ambrosia.
Oh yeah, the translation. Oh my god,
Yeah.
translation of skill. Oof,
And
that's gonna be awkward.
And they got bucked so hard. Like, why are my moves not happening? I'm pressing the button.
Where are
but
my
it's not
special
coming
moves?
out.
What do you mean I have to do a fireball?
What do you mean I have to do 360s to use my grab?
What the fuck is quarter circle forward? Is that some kind of cheat code?
It won't translate.
You know what? Someone needs to make memes out of this guy because it definitely needs to happen.
I mean,
Who knows?
I'm probably sure Scrub Coats already quoted this guy at some point.
Probably.
I
I wouldn't be
Like,
surprised.
This
Someone
will
has
just-
to tweet it to him because scrub coats because they'd be like,
This would just alienate players further. Like Smash is already a different kind of community on their own in the FGC, right?
Yeah,
Now,
for starters,
yeah,
they don't like to shower.
No, I mean, at least one of the gods managed to break out of his comfort zone and tried other games like Dragon Ball Fighter Z. Leffen, I think it was.
Yeah, Leffen.
Yeah, he broke out of his comfort zone and actually played other games.
And many
That
Smash
was
other
fun.
Smash players followed pursuit. Actually, now that I think about it, a bit off topic, but we've had a lot of Smashers start playing them's fighting herds. Let's see, we've had Toph. Toph is a notable Smasher who started playing them's fighting herds. But in terms of like even like on a non-professional level, I've had like I've talked to like people who started playing them's fighting herds, and they were originally from Smash, and unsurprisingly, they chose Tianwo as like their main.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, she has the she has the Smash movement.
I'm more of an Oleander and Arizona player myself, but
Yeah,
them's the works. So yeah, I mean, if this did happen, it will just fracture the community even more.
yeah.
'Cause-
Luckily, there are people out there that are smart.
Yeah.
yeah, that's true.
That's the one thing we can be grateful for.
I'm so glad that the developers.
Dude,
I'm so glad that Main 6 actually consists of a team of people who played fighting games for a long time and actually understand what the general consensus usually wants, rather while still trying to be as accessible as possible.
Uh-huh.
I don't know about how I stand with Fantasy Strike. I'm gonna have to.
No one actually mentions Fantasy Strike, and funnily enough, they make fun of the guy who was
Yeah, Sterling is kind of.
what was his name? The Sterling?
Dave Sterling?
David
Yeah,
Sterling.
David Sterling is
I keep
weird
mistaking it as Sirloin.
enigma. Like, part of me kind of wishes I didn't buy his game, but I'm just like, I kind of enjoy it, but I feel like the creator himself is kind of mad himself.
I actually need to look back. I actually need to look back into it because I remember talking to someone before about it, like not being that impressed with the game. Apparently, he talked to him like, "What do you have for like depth?" And David Sterling didn't really convince him otherwise.
Yeah, it feels
my
like
problem
his
with it-
own pet project kind of game.
I saw
Well,
him
it
getting
is.
mad in a Fighting Herd stream though. he went in a random Fighting Herd stream and just trashed Fighting Herds and saying, "Go play Fantasy Strike instead."
Yeah, the guy.
That was like that was like some unknown sock account, right? Or something.
Yeah.
That was like, oof.
Uh,
That was
fucking
oof.
what?
That guy is possibly in his 40s, and he acts he's 15.
I don't mind cosplay in the 40s, but you know, just
He
be a
needs,
decent guy.
he
Be a
needs to
decent guy,
chill.
you know?
Basically,
Yeah.
you want your game to get better, then you have to focus on the feedback on other things.
Be
And
be
the way he talks on his Discord is kind of unsettling to me.
be more wholesome next time, like Danford Nacy.
My only problem with Fantasy Strike is the way he handled that. While interesting, it can be a bit weird because sure, rush down characters can go down in what 3 hits.
Oh my
While
Oh,
God,
I have a lot to say
that's
about
oof.
the artist girl because she is so ridiculously fast and she can be almost broken because of it.
yeah,
Oof.
apparently she's a zoner too, right?
Yes.
And meanwhile the heavy basically have 10 hits. Like, come on, what kind of it's balancing is kind of weird for me. Anyway, let's continue.
Why is it
Difficulty
there?
that they're talking about wasn't difficulty in competition, it was difficulty in just picking up the game and playing it, because there was this massive barrier of learning how to throw a fireball instead of just pressing a single button.
How
It
does it?
wasn't a massive fire of a fucking barrier.
Barrier.
What barrier? Also, how can he prove? How can he prove this? How does he prove
Why
this?
let you?
All that's going in my head is just my brain's going somewhere else. There's like this video called Happy Souls, which it kind of makes fun of Dark Souls 2.
I think I
So
saw that.
All I think in my head is those guys who say they run and explode.
Hey, this is the opposite of Nito.
Oh,
That's-
I don't know
have
why
a
my
nephew
mind
who-
goes there, but that's where I feel like his thinking is happening.
I
I have
just
a nephew who plays Mortal Kombat just for shits and giggles, but he can pull off some moves.
I just
Like, come,
how do you
you underestimate
How
people.
you? How
yeah,
you
you
get?
underestimate human intelligence. Like I know we're in a bad place, but it's like, damn, dude, we're not that stupid.
No.
Okay, fucking fine. Come on. Let's see.
Like in other genre of game. There is a bit of a problem with going free to play, a fairly obvious one. First of all, the game would have to lock characters behind paywalls because it's not a $60 game and games need to make money. So there's a few different ways they could do this. They could just have a flat rate for each character. For example, League of Legends does that. Or you can have a $30 pack that offers you every single character. So for example, Smite and Brawlhalla do this. But in all honesty, that's probably not even needed. You could probably just get away with doing the League of Legends model. The free-to-play system would be a problem for games like Street Fighter V, Injustice 2, and others because games like that take time to learn characters because you need to learn the inputs of every single character because it's not universal, right? Fireball is not a universal input depending on
This
what
can
character.
literally be applied to any fucking fighting game.
So
Yeah,
okay,
you're so mad that your mic just cut out completely and just
It
Yeah,
can
it's
literally
so-
be applied to any fighting game, and it's like, I don't understand this logic. It's so dumb.
so with Street Fighter Five, like he mentioned Street Fighter Five, right? So basically, what he says can be true, but the problem was the reward for in Street Fighter Five when you win matches. It's not rewarding enough when you win matches because God, the fight money is so low.
Actually,
It's-
now that I think about it, I just remembered. I feel sometimes in like matches, in like the tournaments that I joined in Bayani, back when there
Yeah.
were events, I felt like I was the only one who was really, me and Pink were like one of the only really few who were really doing the advanced combos. Nobody.
Oh, that's
el-
that's because it was an
I
open
mean,
tournament.
Yeah, it was an
I-
open tournament. I get that, but it was like his whole point was like, oh, if you have simplified specials, then people can just learn the combos. But then it's like, you realize that those combos still take time, right?
Yeah, they still require effort.
So I don't s- actually, when you think about it, another thing with like one button specials, you don't
It
have
can be-
what happens as a result of things being easier to learn. The people who already have legacy skill, they will learn much faster, and because of that,
yeah.
they will be able to pub stomp noobs.
Everyone.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, I remember losing to someone at Rev Major.
Yeah, that's my point. Like, ano, you're
good-
making it since you make it very accessible to everyone. That means anyone
Who's
who,
had-
who 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 knows his basic shit, fundamentals, and can just apply. He can just apply it to this.
In Rev Major, I lost to a guy who picked up Bayani on the first day, but the thing was that guy, he played a lot in like the arcades in North Mall, and he's a really good like SNK and Marvel player.
What do you play?
He played Joe.
Oh no.
There's a
Yeah,
lot of jokes.
Joe can be really oppressive if I can remember.
Oh yeah, Joe is
He has
basically
his full kit. That's
Yeah.
why he's so oppressive.
he can. You know how like Guile can become aggressive when it's like he starts closing in with like his command normal and then his sonic booms.
Yes.
Yeah.
Joe does
Basically.
that at a much faster rate.
course.
Oh,
Especially with his fucking
I
thrust.
mean, I was kind of right, but I thought you meant Joe Joe Higashi.
Hurricane Appa! Well, to be fair, he's a good striker in 99.
let's
Almost
Oh
continue.
yeah,
2000.
he has that command.
Let's continue because it's like almost 1 in the morning. So
Yeah.
you might
Oh.
Drac has to leave soon for work, I
Like
guess.
us, we're able to pick up new characters fairly quickly because we play a lot of fighting games, especially over here on the Bilbzy channel, right? I'm a fighting game YouTube channel, so it's a little bit biased for me to ask people in this comment section how difficult it is to pick up a new character, but you can imagine how difficult it would be for especially somebody who's trying to get into the game. What if it is a free-to-play game, right? And let's say it's Injustice 2, and the character that is on the free-to-play rotation when I start playing is Green Lantern, and I have a ton of fun with Green Lantern, and the next week, it's a character like Gorilla Grodd. How am I going to learn Gorilla Grodd and be proficient in him in less than a week and then have to switch characters again next week when the rotation switches, right? It just wouldn't be possible. And I would end up quitting the game. But in our game, the game we're talking about here, without directional inputs, I think this system would work just fine. So now, what are the two key features we have available for our new fighting game? How should we develop our new fighting game? We have free-to-play, and we have removing directional inputs. I also think cosmetics and a real ranked mode is really important. But why do I think that? Well, it's simple. Cosmetics keep people playing games. Customizing characters in Injustice 2 has been super
pause
fun
it
for me.
right
It's
there.
kept me playing the game for very
No, just I do not agree with this statement. As
Wait,
someone
wait,
who
wait.
play, as someone who has played fighting games, as someone who has played Them's Fighting Herds, and just stuck with like the cosmetic items that I got in like
Okay, in
From
his
Byte.
free-to-play thing, there's still a problem. Okay, that the fucking special button doesn't fix, and that is people have their own preferences of their playstyles.
Yes.
oh yeah, that's
So you
also, some characters are zoners, some are rushdown, and then some are just all around. Some are just all around characters.
So if you take that away from them and give them a grappler that they're not really comfortable using, they end up being pissed.
Yeah,
It ends up, you know what this ends up being function versus function.
yeah, actually, that makes
Because since you were doing rotations, okay, people, you just try that, you like that rushdown character this week, but he's gone now. Try this rushdown character instead.
and you don't have money.
Yeah, but I don't like this rushdown character. I prefer that guy. Too bad.
Just buy the game, but I don't have money. Well, fuck you.
Buy the
Also, I mentioned the free-to-play games. Even if Ultra Fight I count as whack, it's free. It has every character. You don't have to pay a single cent to play.
And so many options. Like why? Why does this meme game?
This is
have
usually
so many
why-
options?
This is usually
Oh
why.
yeah, and it has also like 8 different.
This is usually
Or,
why people, when they
It's
see
like
a new game,
CBS2 on drugs.
this is why usually when people usually prefer to buy a game, because then they have all the. Sure, they may not play all the content, but for starters, they have time to experiment with all the characters to find a character that they're comfortable with, and in terms of competition, because you have access to all those characters, you can familiarize yourself with like what moves are best, what moves they would like to use the most, so that you can keep an eye on that in a match.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can find out what works and what doesn't. Okay, let's continue.
kept me playing the game for a very long time, and I don't see myself stopping anytime soon. Even Street Fighter V has a decent cosmetic system. It's not a customization system, but it is a cosmetic system. Personally, my favorite cosmetic system is Overwatch's system, but I recognize that that's not possible for every single game. Even League of Legends strives off of skins, and there's
I can't. I like that Overwatch is now sucks, but I still, up to some extent, I can't help but feel bad for him because it's like over that Overwatch aged poorly.
You know what's you know the strangest thing though? The Overwatch characters get more love in representation in Heroes of the Storm. It's super ironic because they have
Also,
better skins and better kits.
also, people only care about Overwatch for the porn. Let's be real here.
Well, actually, my family went for it for the lore, and we got super disappointed by it. No, really, we're lore nuts, so imagine our shock.
At least you can find some lore in that porn.
Ah, I'll leave us cute at least. Okay, let's play.
Have to buy them. There's actually just no way to unlock any skin without spending money on it. Actually, that's not true since they added the hex tech system, but that's an entirely different conversation. Heck, I play League of Legends fairly casually, and even every time a new patch comes out, I run and check to see if my boy Kane has a new skin, because damn, he doesn't have any good ones yet. Ranked is also super important. People need something to strive for, the ability to grow. Injustice 2 does have its own ranked mode, but how are you supposed to care about it? Because they don't
Not
even show you
necessarily.
your rank. I've been playing Pokken Tournament for less than 10
Sorry, I need to
Wait,
pause here because
wait.
I've been playing a lot of them's fighting herds. It doesn't have.
Actually, I preferred Skullgirl's online system because I didn't have to be I didn't have to be intimidated by rank. I just had to be intimidated of who I was fighting who I was fighting.
Because here's the thing with like them's fighting herds. I can see the advantage of ranked being good for fighting games because at least then you have an idea of what skill level you're dealing with.
How good you are. But the problem is if the newbies see your rank, they're afraid to fight you.
Yeah, that's why like, well, okay, Killer Instinct. Here's the thing: if you want to, it's ranked. I can see ranked being convenient for like the sake of like you're fighting against people of a sort of estimate for your skill level.
Mm-hmm.
I can see that being useful, but I've been playing like them's fighting herds a lot, and I've been fighting people against different levels. But the thing that really got me back to like them's fighting herds is the lobby system.
Oh yes, the lobby system, even in absolutely gorgeous and very nice. Just to see people chatting, sparring,
Hold on.
having casuals.
Sorry, Jockeon, your keyboard is getting.
Sorry.
It's okay. Yeah, the lobby for them fighting herds, even in early access, is pretty good because you know it's literally just like community lobby.
Yeah,
You
that's
can
the
go
thing. It's a community lobby, and you can do many things in that lobby, and it's like that's what gets
talk,
me.
you can practice
That's
with
what
people.
Yeah, that's what gets me back the most because it really makes me feel like I'm at an a casual FGC event. And
Yeah,
I've been joining online tournaments in like the pixel lobbies.
like imagine a large Discord group, but in the game itself.
Yeah. I actually bring up in my video like even though there's like an official TFH server, you don't need to join it because you can just pop in the pixel lobby, talk to
And that's the
people,
best part of
and
it.
you can
That's
get a match. You can get a match. You can even spar with people if they're willing.
I've met some good people in them fighting her. Good people.
Yeah, it's just
And
I
you
think
don't have
that's
to be intimidated by the rank first.
Yeah.
Just talk. Just talk, just practice. Just hang around if you want.
yeah, and I feel like that's what's been getting back. That's what's getting me hooked in TFH more than like
You know-
whatever the fuck he's suggesting in this video. The fucking cosmetics. I never even really cared much about cosmetics.
They're just a fun little thing. I don't mind cosmetics.
Yeah, and really the thing is you don't really That's not really what drives fighting game players.
So
Sure,
what drives me is, just let's just play.
yeah,
Just play,
just
man.
play, getting better, improving. Because even if you say you're in a casual level, I'm sure somebody wants to improve. They don't want to suck forever.
Yeah. Just keep it chill.
Yeah, let's continue with the video.
Mm-hmm.
Just keep playing it, keep getting better, keep watching my rank get higher and higher. Every single time I have a rank up match, I get so excited. My palms are sweaty, knees deep, whatever. I really cannot stress how important this is for new players. And even pro level players, damn, I talk to some Injustice 2 pros on occasion, and most of them say they don't even bother playing ranked because there's nothing to prove. There's no rank, there's no achievement, there's nothing to strive for other than a higher spot on the leaderboard, which in the end doesn't really mean much because there's so many different regions and there's a lot of stuff at play there that makes it end up not mattering. So you
Okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing with like many fighting games. You will not see a lot of professional players play online.
Yeah.
First off-
when they do, it's just they're very casual about it.
Yeah. One of the reasons is, first off, the netcode for most fighting games are shit, especially the delay based ones. Now,
Actually, most. Okay. Yeah.
yeah.
Pink actually prefers delay-based netcode.
Oh, ew. Just no. When you were having like your Parsec tournament for Bayani, I backed out of that
Don't
because
remind me.
I backed out of that one because I was so spoiled by TFH at that point. It's like the netcode is so good. I've been playing against many Filipinos and I didn't have to fucking ask what their ISP was. Fun fact.
Remote play is fucking weird, pero it works when it works.
For anyone, especially like foreign audiences, because I know I have foreign audiences here, and I know I have foreign audiences in my channel. What's this? The reason why you have to ask. The reason why you have to ask what ISP your opponent is using, because for whatever reason you tend to have. There's some weird compatibility issues between the ISPs where you can't play properly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not perfect.
It's
the
the
only
most
problem.
it's the most anti-competitive thing I've ever heard, and I don't know why this hasn't been brought up to even like fucking Supreme Court, because this has to be antithetical to the spirit of competition.
They're throttling fucking connections, which is fucking weird.
It's antithetical to competition. It's
Yeah,
just it's
so-
stupid and bullshit. So I'm so glad that that these games have rollback netcode, because I don't even have to fucking ask anymore what ISP my opponent is using. I can just play against some Filipino
just play-
and have
yeah, you can
good
just play
connection.
people.
Yeah, because I tried Parsec with my significant other, and I tried Grand Blue with him, and then all of a sudden the game would just crash
Oh my
in
god,
verses, and I'm like,
Like,
what
who was
the
the
hell?
host?
that's oof.
The hell's going on? I'm only doing Parsec because he didn't have,
Oh, okay. You tried
So-
remote play.
and it just crashed for some reason because of Unreal Engine.
Oh, okay. That's an engine issue then.
Yeah. Anyway, just if you want to get more people to play fighting games, have good netcode and then have a good lobby system. That's all.
Yes.
Also have
Yeah.
good tutorials. Like my
Plus-
god, good tutorials, engaging tutorials go a long way. Look at Guilty Gear has one of the best tutorials in history. Them's Fighting Hurts also has really good tutorials.
Skullgirls has pretty great tutorial.
Yeah.
Even individual tutorials, which I was surprised myself.
Yeah. Under Night Inbirth has tutorials. The problem I find with Under Night is
There's so many fucking menus.
they're so long. They're so long. They're so boring, and it's like it's all just fucking text, and it's like
I had more fun doing the trials.
You look at like say them
Wait.
fighting. You look at like say them fighting herds. At least you have text in like the tutorials, but at least it's humorous text. At least there's humor to like the tutorials.
Well, getting back to that guy, I mean, rank is just fluff for bragging rights and stuff.
Yeah, rank is fluff. It's sure you can find someone. You might be able to find someone of your skill level, but you
Remember, there
that-
will also be cheaters that use bots.
yeah. You also have. You could also be dealing with land switchers, so it's
Yeah,
not always
and,
accurate. It's a good. It's sort of close. It's not the best thing, but it's good enough. But it's not exactly accurate.
I'm on the fence with rank because well, I may not be good at ranked matches, but I find it better when we're just playing, doing
Yeah.
our best together. I don't have to worry about rank. The
Yeah.
rank makes me anxious. Like, oh god, I'm gonna rank down, aren't I?
Even if I don't really care if like TFH actually adds rank because there's still casual pixel lobbies you can fall back to.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of
Okay,
it.
let's see what else he has to say. So basically,
So you may have noticed I'm
basically, he likes rank because he likes the. Oh yeah, number go up.
Pretty much. He also wants special inputs because he has no faith in humanity. I mean,
He has no faith in everyone.
yeah, I can understand that, but it's like, man, just downplaying the intelligence of the human race like that.
Dude, imagine if Electric Godwin Fist was a one button special.
Oh god.
That would be the most broken shit ever.
You'd have at least there's at least sidestepping. What was that? Sidestep left or sidestep right?
Sidestepping?
Yeah, you can usually sidestep to avoid the
Yeah, but it comes out so fast.
yeah. True.
If you did that with the one special button, which you can in Tekken, I guess with the assist thing, it would be busted as shit.
Yeah. Just, nah.
Okay.
Yes.
Continue.
I'm so shocked how he didn't understand the repercussions of the one button specials, especially their limitations.
You someone should show him Street Fighter edition. Come on, you can see what will happen if you did that. Okay,
Yeah.
let's continue.
mostly player retention here with ranked and cosmetics. Earlier we talked about getting people in the door with both free-to-play and directional inputs, and now we're talking about keeping players around with ranked and cosmetics. And one of the final things I want to talk about is no sequels. People need to be invested into your game. There is a very obvious reason there's not going to be an Overwatch 2 or a League of Legends 2. Updating the game for
There's no Overwatch 2. Oh, this aged so poorly. Oh my god. Remember that Blizzard announced that they were going to make a pointless sequel for Overwatch? How
It's just a glorified expansion. You can't even call it a sequel.
oh my god.
Okay, well, talking fine. Let's see what else.
years. If done correctly, it shouldn't be recognizable anymore. So look at screenshots of League of Legends in 2010 versus League of Legends in 2017. The games just aren't the same thing. And do the same thing for Counter-Strike. These games are obviously drastically different, and we're just talking about visually. Imagine the difference in gameplay that you can't see by looking at screenshots. Imagine
Wait, he does know Counter-Strike 1.6 in CSGO is different, right?
They literally Counter-Strike literally released as 1.6, and then they've had what was that, Source, and then they've had what was
They
Glo-
even had that weird
Oh, you forgot Citizen Zero.
yeah,
Citizen Zero, and then you've had Go. What the fuck?
Fuck.
Has this guy ever played Counter-Strike? I fucking played Counter-Strike as a kid. God damn.
a fighting game now being developed underneath the same philosophy where we do update
Sorry,
the game
Condition
fairly
Zero,
regularly
my
over the
bad.
course of a few years. Well, then we end up in a super different situation. Imagine if the first few years of development was everything I talked in this video, right? We had balance patches, we had new characters being added to the game underneath the philosophy of everything I talked about in this video, and then by the third year or so, they announced 2 versus 2 ranked mode and everything. That would be crazy, right? That's something that we can't expect out of fighting games right now because of the way that they're developed, because they always have to.
Yeah, that's the thing he doesn't bring up, balancing issues. It's like
Yep. Especially 2 versus 2. What kind of 2 versus 2? Are we going with Marvel 2 versus 2? King of Fighters 2 versus 2? Or King of Fighters 2 3 2 versus 2?
also, nobody really talks about this much because I keep going back to TFH. People have been, because it's like people have been criticizing like, oh, it's only 6 characters. You can't go with 8. Well, the thing is, it's like, aside from like being based from like the 6 fucking ponies,
Yeah,
there's also the fact that, like, say they put in a lot of work to make sure that the characters were properly balanced against each other.
and they had to rework that after
And
they
it
got
makes it
cease and desist.
less characters, make it easier to switch. Basically.
Yeah, basically.
Also-
help balancing.
Yeah,
Even if I like game fighting games, there's like if you ever play Budokai Tenkaichi 3,
Oh,
you're gonna
yeah.
realize there's a bunch of trash characters and
Yeah.
characters that use
imagine-
similar moves.
yeah,
I-
they're
I,
basically clones. That's why people don't like Smash Ultimate.
I basically played Arale against Broly. Imagine how that went.
Also, what's this? The thing with like them's fighting herds, now that they're introducing the goat character, they have a lot of work to do aside from like the moves. They also have to balance it. They have to balance the playstyle against all the other 6 characters.
You have to be working on the game. With what he's proposing.
Yeah.
Also, here's the thing. With his idea, you can't have more than you can't have secrets and stuff like that. He says.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, people care about the lore.
That's the thing. There's also
Even if it is a fighting game, it still has to make sense why there was a sequel or why there's a character.
Also, there are different reasons why you can have a sequel aside from like the story. Like, say, maybe there's a limitation to your engine, so you need to update the engine.
Yeah.
I remember, like, if you look at like say from Under Night in Birth, like the French bread, they wanted to make like they wanted to improve Melty Blood, but then when they were making like the what was supposedly a sequel, they found that it was so vastly different in gameplay that it made more sense to make it like a new IP.
Oh yeah. God, and they think French bread bribe their way. Oh God. Yeah. It plus fucking. I mean, if you want the game to grow, to evolve, you have to make sequels.
Yeah.
You can't just shit out an expansion like Overwatch and say, hey, look, this is still the same game.
Yeah. Especially with like how Overwatch was handled. That was handled poorly.
I mean, maybe Tekken did something like that, but they just added more gameplay things. They didn't really change the game. Still Tekken 7, but they just added more features like wall bound.
I remember that got really busted with like the wall bounce.
Oh God.
4 has so much combo freedom, it's crazy.
4
Reminds-
is obvious. 4 is very blatantly experimental. From what you can, from what is available, it is clearly experimental.
Because
Yeah, it reminds
previous
me of
Tekken-
how Virtua Fighter 5 combos are. You just do a combo, but you could still hit them on the ground the entire time.
Yeah.
Virtual Fire 5 is so. And
Uh,
I hope it gets a piece of
when are we gonna
if
get
Sega
another
cooperates.
Fun fact about Sega, they actually did a survey the other day on Facebook.
Oh,
Okay, so maybe they're going to ask us.
What?
Then
You got cut off a bit. Can you repeat that?
I thought that maybe Sega was doing a like, do we want certain titles to come to PC or certain platforms? So I got excited. I tried for the survey, and then I found out I'm not qualified to.
Oh yeah, I tried to join that as well. Fuck them. Assholes.
Do you want us to be your customers or not, Sega? Fucking come on.
Yeah, just fuck you guys.
wait, what?
Yeah, it's apparently surveys are region locked now.
Ew.
Let's
what?
just continue on with this video.
Yeah.
It's getting depressing.
Out in Injustice 3, and Injustice 4, and Injustice 5, a Street Fighter 6, a Street Fighter 7. Granted, Street Fighter 5 has had a lot of patches, but regardless, there will be a Street Fighter 6. So when you end up in points like this, where Street Fighter 5 is pretty much at its last breath right now with the arcade edition, I find it difficult to jump into Street Fighter because I'm like, Street Fighter 6 is going to come out at some point. And I found myself thinking that like 3 years ago, so you just can't establish a precedent of doing multiple titles. It's just much better to update one title, especially when we're talking about a free-to-play game. Imagine if MVCI never happened, and instead MVC3 was on PC, and it was on PlayStation, and it was on Xbox, and
But
it was
it
free to
was.
play on all of them.
It
When
was.
I need to check this.
It-
When did Marvel 3 launch?
It released in 2018, I believe.
Oh, so so months after Marvel 3 launched on Ultimate Marvel 3 launched on PC, complete with like the DLC.
They weren't updating it anymore. That
Yeah.
was the definitive edition.
Oh, it was 2017.
March 2017. Fuck me. So 9 months before this fucking video, Marvel 3 already came out on PC. Fuck me.
Like, it happened. And
Oh, it's on sale for $7 now.
I already got it.
I already got it, but it's like my point stands. 9 months before he uploaded this fucking video, Marvel 3, Ultimate Marvel 3, complete with the DLC, already launched on PC.
Yeah, it was already there. What the hell is he talking about?
It may have been written.
Oh my god.
It was
I
already
hope
announced
not.
too. That was coming to PC by that time.
Oh my god. What is wrong with this man?
Fucking. Plus,
This is-
they weren't going to update it anymore. It was
This
done.
This is why you do research when you're doing your fuck me.
Yeah.
So basically, what he wants is a live service fighting game.
No. I refuse.
That's what he wants. He wants a live service, new friendly fighting game.
Yeah, just no.
God, I hope the league finds good. Please, Riot. Let it be good.
Also, don't release it on Garena. Fuck Garena. I'm sorry. I know Garena's like your exclusive thingy, but it's like fuck me.
I don't get it. Why did they do that? Like shit, man. I can't even. By the way, I can't.
I used to like Garena for just playing Borderlands 2 and like Left 4 Dead 2. For Left 4 Dead. But it's like fuck me using Garena. Fuck me trying to use Garena. Garena is so busted.
Killed my PC when I opened it. I don't know why.
Fuck Garena. So busted.
So yeah, he wants a friendly live service video fighting game. Fuck, man. That's why we have the reason.
This is why he gets his like to dislike ratio.
He want people want some people like Lord. Though there are casuals, you can't just ignore them too. Those are your noob people.
Also,
They
engine
see what-
limitations is a thing. At one point, you're going to have to upgrade your engine.
Yeah, you can fucking.
You can try to upgrade all you want. Grim Dawn does that. They're just updating their game right now, while they're working on like their new town builder game.
League while still run the with a potato PC.
Yeah,
They still update their stuff.
but at
Look,
one,
look.
yeah,
We even had a comparison video, right?
yeah,
2010 and 2007. They
but
had to update their engine.
at some point, yeah, and at some point though, you're gonna have to ask yourself, how do I make Can I make money out of like
Oh, yeah. Well, How
just
how long are we in this?
and does it make sense for it to be the same game, even with like the new engine?
He wants a Street Fighter 5 style live service video game that's friendly to noobs. You know, that one that has quest.
It's just so
Oh,
It's
awful.
it's
fight on it.
basically
Yeah, basically Street Fighter 5, but with with his but with noob friendly things.
No, let's continue this because we're almost done. We might have some time for
Play,
the
and
Legend
we've
of
been
Alpha
getting
video.
consistent DLC updates up until now. Imagine what that roster would look like, imagine what the stages would look like, imagine what the format would look like, imagine how different that game would have been if it would have been updated all these years. So here is our final list. Remove directional inputs, add cosmetics, have a real ranked mode with icons and divisions, no sequels, lots of updates and balance patches, and most of all, be free to play. Oh, and ideally, you should probably have cross-play as well.
Can you go? Yeah,
yeah,
okay.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
crossplay
yeah,
is definitely a must.
yeah,
Two and three is
EA
already
would love
done. 2 and 3
EA
is
would
already
love
done.
the shit out of him.
What? Sorry?
EA would love the shit out of him.
Oh
Yeah.
god, no. No,
No.
no.
2 and 3 is already done. You can strike that because we already have cosmetics. Up
Four,
the ass.
four
Street
is
Fighter
pretty much the business model of current fighting games.
5. Currently, yeah. Currently, number 4 is the business model of fighting.
5,
Originally-
Killer Instinct pulled that off, along with Brawlhalla.
Yep.
But he's not gonna care about Killer Instinct because it has motion inputs.
In
Fuck.
combo break.
Fuck me, it's one of the most accessible fighting games out there. It's one of the games that actually does accessibility right, but he's not gonna fucking play it because fucking
That one was
motion
pulled back
inputs.
netcode, right?
Oh yeah, it's GGPO.
Hmm. Well, I should check it out. The only one I can never agree. Number 1,
You're
you just taking the soul out of it.
Also, you're alienating your core audience.
Oh, sorry.
You're also just making the good players. You're making them good faster, and the noobs who are like still bad and are slow learners, they're not gonna have a good time.
Yeah, they're fucked. So don't if you are going to, don't do it with an existing IP.
Yeah, not an existing IP, needs to be a new IP.
Just take it as an experimental thing.
I mean, that's why back then they had like different versions.
Yeah. No, fucking.
Even if that takes a lot of extra unnecessary time and money, it will be worth it in the end
It's a
for the most
gamble.
part.
Yeah, it's a gamble. So you really have to be sure. Free
Let's try
to
to-
play
Yeah, that's
is a bit hard to implement,
yeah,
especially if you don't know how to implement free to play,
yeah.
how you want to unlock it first,
You also
how
better
you
you also better
how
have
you're
rollback netcode if you want more people to play. Nobody,
yeah, well, that's a given. There's also how you want to deal with the economy of your players. Like say, do you want it to just one currency for everything, or one for characters, and another for
Mhm.
cosmetics. Then there's the stage.
Also,
Yeah, there's also the stages. Are they going to be DLC? Are they going to be? Because that's what Street Fighter did, right?
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I just after this video, it's close to 1:30, so unfortunately, I'm gonna.
All right,
That,
let's try to
All right.
finish this quickly.
but
You should probably have
having a good time.
crossplay as well, for obvious reasons. With all of this mentioned, if a new developer did any of these things, or all of these things, it wouldn't break the genre in the way that I imagine it would. The reason for that is because you really need a big developer to take their audience and throw it into this genre. Currently, there's only a few different companies who could get away with doing this. One of them is Blizzard Entertainment. Blizzard is known
Fucking Blizzard. No.
No,
Fuck
that's
off. Fuck
Did you-
off with that shit. No, I don't want a bunch of babies who force me to play a certain way to make a fighting game. They will make the dullest fighting game in existence.
Remember when they made when
The developers of Blizzard are literally the people who take the basketball from you if you don't play basketball the way they want to play.
well, it's
Yeah.
Activision. It's Activision now. Most of the Blizzard people,
I mean, yeah, but
they're just milking a dead cow at this point.
yeah.
Remember that fighting these superheroes.
What?
In
Sorry,
the-
can you repeat that?
Remember when Blizzard made a DC fighting game back in the SNES?
Oh yeah, the superhero Justice League, right?
Yeah, the Justice League.
Yeah,
They even had Green Arrow.
that was Blizzard North at the time, with like
Yeah.
with David Brevik and the gang.
Before Activision came.
Yeah. Let's
They were
let's finish
such a
this.
diverse company back then.
Blizzard is known for reinventing genres. They did it with Overwatch. Overwatch is an incredible step up from the rest of the FPS genre in general. I think the only other FPS you
Bull fucking shit. I'm sorry, just no. I refuse to believe that.
In the FPS genre, wait, which came out first? Siege or Overwatch? I think Siege came out first.
Yeah, wait, was it Siege? Hold on, I need to
Is
look this up.
Siege even out?
Rainbow Six Siege. When did that come out?
Yeah, 2015.
2015. When was Overwatch? Overwatch.
Oh, fuck it, it doesn't even say. What the shit?
Why did they have? Hold on.
Give me the
I think
Wikipedia, God.
here 2016. I think.
Okay, so Siege came out first with their class-based shooter.
And Overwatch was the more streamlined one.
Because it was basically just MOBA with shooter mechanic. Then
Pretty
again,
much.
TF2.
again,
It was basically
yeah.
TF2.
TF2 even gave you more variety. With rest in peace, the Ula Pool Caber. I
Soldier.
love that. I love that grenade.
Let's finish this. That way.
only other FPS you can really give credence to other than Overwatch is probably Counter-Strike, and those games are so different that they're practically in different genres. Heroes of the Storm was a massive step up and a drastically different direction of looking at MOBAs. Before Heroes of the Storm, we would have considered MOBAs to be games that all have one map and a very laning focused. Heroes of the Storm took that and turned it into a very team-oriented, objective-based game with multiple maps.
Yeah, and look what happened to them. The game flopped.
Yeah, but
That game died out so quickly. It was just insane. I've only played it a handful, and the last time I played it, the wait was so long that I felt like it was barren.
Heroes of the Storm and Overwatch are perfect examples of why your esports scene needs to grow naturally.
Yes.
Because
Uh,
say
I
what
don't
you will
watch-
about the FGC, it's niche. It doesn't get as much money as the other esports scenes, but it's still always there.
the only reason I like here is the fan service really. 'Cause I'm a Blizzard. I'm a big fan of the Blizzard franchise. Oh,
Yeah,
back when Diablo was a thing, StarCraft, Warcraft.
yeah,
That was the main draw. It was basically Blizzard All Stars.
yeah,
I didn't mind the dumbing down of mechanics because uh they put a lot of effort into the representation of the characters, of the maps, and even the music, surprisingly. So it's not a deep game, but it is a good fan service game.
yeah. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like you can
Hmm.
find many reasons to enjoy something.
So it's actually disappointing that the esports scene died
Yeah,
By Blizzard's own hands. It didn't even die naturally. It got killed by its own company.
yeah,
Maps. Super, super different game Heroes of the Storm is, at least compared to any other MOBA. They did that with Hearthstone. Hearthstone is a drastically different thing than any other card game, or at least it was until games started copying what Hearthstone did, which is understandable because
not.
Hearthstone did a lot of amazing things.
Every
Ah.
card game that came
like-
out of Hearthstone tried to mix it up.
yeah.
Shadowverse is vastly different than Hearthstone.
Also,
Our
Hearts
games are
Hearthstone is, yeah. It's just I've been watching like Cinema Sin's videos of Hearthstone or JXE's videos of Hearthstone. It's just Hearthstone looks so depressing.
it, it is kind of rough. But I haven't played in a while, but it's me kind of salty at times.
It's just the videos look depressing. Like what the strategies entail, like how the cards are designed. It's so sad.
I feel like the physical World of Warcraft cards from
Oh yeah, I
20
remember that.
I remember those.
2011. I own a bunch of starter class ones.
I think I can still find some of them in hobby shops if I find them. If I look for them.
I would like to learn it, and it seems a little more interesting than Hearthstone. Hearthstone's very simple, but
Yeah, Hearthstone's super simple.
it's just
It has contracted the disease of meta decks.
Yeah.
yeah.
But yeah, let's finish this.
things, Blizzard would be a fantastic candidate to do everything I said in this video. Blizzard is a very passion-oriented company, so somebody at Blizzard would probably have to be particularly passionate about fighting games, and they would also have to be in a position of power to be able to make this happen. Those two things
Stop sucking Blizzard's dick. That's all I needed to say. We'll move on.
seem pretty unlikely. Honestly, a company like Nintendo could probably do this if they weren't so strange about the way they do all their creative stuff, so I'm probably actually going to eliminate Nintendo from this list. Company like Riot could absolutely do it, and I would say they are most likely to actually end up getting it done because they did it.
We don't even know
and
anything
Riot-
about the Riot. We don't even know anything about the Riot fighting game. That's all I have to say.
Or you don't think Riot and Blizzard are suspicious here with their the past? Even if I play Modern Warcraft and I have Classic, if I want to play it, I still think I won't forgive the company for a lot of things. Ugh. You should know
Remember, there's artwork of a pseudo Heroes of the Storm fighting game in Overwatch. Just teasing you. In Hanamura.
let's finish this.
Likely to actually end up getting it done because they did end up buying out Rising Thunder, which was obviously doing a lot of what I said in this video. In fact, I think they were doing everything. Hold on. Yep, they were doing everything. Rising Thunder did everything I listed. They removed directional inputs, they added cosmetics, or at least they said they were going to add cosmetics. Have a real ranked mode with icons and divisions. They already had that. No sequels, lots of updates and balance patches, and most of all, free to play. Yeah, I mean, yep, they did it. Rising Thunder did all of that, so I think if League of Legends does intend to continue the Rising Thunder legacy,
That's the thing, it was in beta,
it
it wasn't even popular.
When a company does this, whenever somebody does this, because at some point someone will do this, because not to stroke my own ego, but I feel like this is a pretty obvious chain of events. This is eventually going to happen. The fighting...
He says as he strokes his own ego.
Oh,
wow, this guy is a class act clown.
He's not even a clown, he's the whole circus.
Like,
Why do I like that so much?
fucking god. The reason why Rising... Wait, it had rank? I thought it only had 5 matches.
What did it have? Actually,
The last time I played it, I played with random people on... I didn't know it had rank.
Rising...
But is he talking about the Tribute Edition?
The current build includes training mode, ranked match, and custom match.
What, is that Tribute Edition?
I have no idea. Where is it?
A Community Edition, I mean. Come on.
On December 18, 2017, it was announced that the game would re-release as Rising Thunder Community Edition, incorporating local multiplayer and including the server source code for networked matchmaking. So it probably did have ranked in like the beta, but when they just released it as like the Community Edition, it didn't have it.
Why would you even put ranked in beta? It's a fucking beta.
Yeah.
It's a beta. Why would you put ranked? Jesus Christ. Just put online matches, you know?
Yeah, that's the thing. You look at like TFH, they haven't even included ranked yet. And it's like, you know, they're still doing well. Even being fucking Evo.
Wasn't that Seth Killian's baby?
I think so. I think it was like Seth Killian's baby.
Then,
And it's like the cannons did help out, I think.
then they needed money and Riot bought them out.
Yeah. Let's finish this.
Yeah, just a few more seconds.
Going to have to change at some point if it wants to compete with those other genres, and the things I laid out in this video are the perfect way to do it. So I know this was a super long video, and my apologies for that. I'm looking at my Reaper recording software right now. It's telling me that this video was 28 minutes, so after being edited, it's probably going to be like 15. So yeah, super long video, my apologies for that, but I needed to talk about this because I think it's super important, and I think we all need to pay more attention to the genre. Yeah, I'd love to hear you guys' opinions. You guys know who it's been Bilbzy. And it was
Your video is shit, that's my opinion.
Plus, a lot of you,
It's just painful to
things
sit
you
through.
wanted, a lot of the things you wanted already exist.
Yeah.
Got Blade Strangers. If you don't want, there's even older games, older fighting games that don't have directional inputs.
Or be one of those crazy.
Also, absence of motion inputs in like Street Fighter or the already established IPs. That's just gonna alienate your fan base, and people will fucking hate that.
Bushido Blade. Bushido Blade is a fighting game that doesn't have special motion inputs, but they have stances. Is that enough for this guy?
Bushido Blade has gun carry.
What?
Yeah, you have to. I think it's really.
Can you repeat that because you're getting choppy?
Yeah, it's a bit.
Stupid. I was just doing noise suppression for a moment. So Bushido Blade has gun characters that you can unlock, and I think in the second game.
Yeah, I forgot. One has an assault rifle.
Fucking,
Yeah, they're
fucking guns versus a sword fight. Fuck
I
me.
forgot.
Fuck me.
There's
Yeah,
also a character there.
that would just literally just win. Because I seen Super Best Friends play it, and it's
There's also a character that can basically defeat any woman characters there. Bushido Blade has Bushido throwable items like kunais, daggers, and stuff. And there's this one jackass kid who throws a frog. If it hits a female character, they panic and they get stunned.
Yikes.
It's so broken.
Uh,
So there you have it. I mean, Bushido Blade.
Yeah, it's called Cats with a Revolver.
I think he was Pierre in. He was a masked guy, very flamboyant. I forgot who the assault rifle chick was.
I'm telling you, I will post this here. I don't want to derail this too much.
anyway, you said you have to leave for work, I guess, Drac?
Yeah, it's not 2:30 yet, but I have to pull it off after
Yeah.
we finish this. It's only like a few seconds.
Actually, yeah, this video is pretty much done already, so
Yikes.
This guy had such amazing takes. Like, wow.
how
This
long
was a lot of fun.
how long
but
did
it
we
felt like
cover?
4
Oh shit,
3 hours of
fou-
torture.
We've been on stream for 4 hours.
Oh,
Just for what? Fucking 30 minutes video just discussing this?
yeah.
and me kind of rambling about. Things
yeah,
I'm
we
passionate
went on tangent. We got off tangent on some stuff.
But it's like, yeah. Let,
Well,
if you need to go, Drac, you can go.
it was a lot of fun. I don't need to plug any really.
Alright.
They'll come in the near future though.
Okay.
Anyway, it's been nice hanging with you guys often.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of wish I wasn't working today, but I'll just have to make do with what I have. I'll be
Alright.
back at 9:30 p.m. tonight.
Okay.
All right.
Bye.
Take care.
Okay.
Alright. Let's watch this. The last video, thankfully, will be a good one. This is actually Majin Obama's video for Anime Illuminati, where he was watching Bunny_GIF play the Strive beta. So yeah, this will be like your first time seeing the Strive beta, right?
Yeah, I've never seen it. Let's see. Who was
You guys ready
who's
to
playable?
rock?
Oh, everyone.
Are you ready
It's
to
not a
rock?
lot of characters so far. You've got
Just
Soul,
the
Kai,
people who are.
the significant characters. No Johnny.
I like how May is put under power, and Soul, fucking Soul, is put under balance. Come on.
Yeah, the Soul isn't particularly balanced considering that he has his
He
whole game.
hits
He hits like a truck, and it's like his whole gameplay revolves around the command grab, which deals a fucking lot of damage in this game.
Kai at least makes sense under balance. I'm kind of weirded out by their buff. It's a bit buff,
But-
baffling to me.
Yeah.
Alright, let's see.
Cause I'm ready to rock.
I was watching people that had no experience with Guilty Gear, didn't know anything about it, playing the beta, getting
This I just want to pause quick. This is one of the rare moments where we see Majin Obama using the Shiba face rig. Otherwise, we just see his usual face.
Why is he using a Shiba Inu avatar?
I have no idea, but this is it actually enhances the video. It enhances the content. You'd be surprised.
Okay, let's see.
Frustrated. Their viewers were getting frustrated watching them get frustrated, and I was like, man, this is no me gusta. This is no good. I was watching someone, and they hosted this girl. I didn't know anything about her. I was like, okay, cool. Just wait, what? She's streaming Straw? Okay, that's interesting. Something that kind of takes over the conversation when we talk about fighting game players and their discussions on fighting games. Developers want to simplify the games. We hate that they want to simplify the games for people that don't play the fucking games. Pick them up, they get bored, they don't want to play them anymore. Now we're left with a stupid game or with a game that...
One thing I've always felt like was really frustrating in like the accessibility versus difficulty discussion was nobody talks about depth. And depth is a very important ingredient for for interactivity. Because Devil May Cry 5 is like the simplest game in the franchise, in the Devil May Cry franchise, but the game, it makes up with a lot of depth. So simplicity is fine, or making a game more accessible is fine, as long as there's a lot of depth. You look at like Killer Instinct, for example, in terms of fighting games. That game is super accessible, but there is so much meat to the content, to the mechanics of the game, that if you don't know what you're doing, you can easily be overwhelmed.
Oh yes, definitely. That's basically what every fighting game, especially when you get to fight stronger players, because they know how to play the game.
It's like
They discovered what makes it work.
It's like, what's this? My opponent likes to use heavy attacks. I'll try to break with the heavy. Oh, they switched with the medium. Maybe I'll try medium. Oh, they switched with the light. Oh, they try with the light. Oh, they switched with the heavy. Okay, maybe I'll try to call it for this one. Oh, they called for a counter breaker. Like there are many. Killer Instinct is a really fast-paced game, and there are
It's a
many.
huge mind game. Mind games the game.
Yeah. Even when you're doing combos, you have to do when you're a victim of combos, you have to do mind games. Even when you're doing combos, you have to have you have to think about what you need to do next. It requires a huge presence of mind.
You gotta find out if do you want to break it now, or do you want to continue this combo
Do you want to
longer?
reset? Do you want to go for the counter breaker?
or with a game that's dumbed down, super watered down, it's whatever, right? That there's that kind of cycle, and something that happens in between all of that is it's difficult for us to see things from the point of view of the newcomer. So something that I thought was so cool, you got to watch people learn how to play fighting games in real time. Check this out.
Okay. Punch, kick, slash, heavy slash, dust, dash, taunt.
An anime girl.
Okay, I got it. And then Roman cancel it. Oh, I got it.
I have to admit, it's a
That's
little bit.
adorable.
Yeah, she's adorable. I
don't
can
get
see
it, but-
I can see why some people can be off put with like she's doing the whole ooh woo cutesy cute thing, but just in a sense, in a way, yeah, she kind of does her streams in a cute way. It's there's a charm to it.
Yeah. I mean, it may be an act, but it works.
Yeah.
Does she know that? Her Twitch channel is bunny_gif. I'll put a link to it in the description of this video. A new player hops into a game. It has that stigma of like, first of all, the old people that play it are irritable. They don't want anybody to play the game too hard. And they keep telling people that, even though it's not true. On the other side of that, devs. Think about the devs in the conversation. Like new players, they can't possibly hit PKSHSD. They can't possibly hit 5 buttons. Bro, look at what she is doing. This is how actual newcomer to a fighting game. This is the shit they do. She's going
Mind if I
through
go
the
to the
command list.
bathroom
Now
for a minute?
props. Arc System 1.
Sorry?
Mind if I go to the bathroom for a minute?
Okay. Let me just get the... I actually need to get a new glass of water, so...
Okay, good.
Alright, I'm back. Ah. You there?
Ah. Right, I'm back.
Alright, let's continue.
Okay.
Marks, they nailed it. I think this command list is sick. They did this with Grand Blue Fantasy Versus, and right off the bat, I was like, yo, this is godlike. A command list that not only gives you explanations of the attacks and how to do them, but describes how to apply them as well. The kind of menus, the kind of...
See, accessibility. This is the accessibility that you need. You don't really exactly need fucking one button specials.
Yeah, you just need to see what this move does.
What does it look like? And then
How can I use it?
yeah, how can you use it? Grand Blue does this really well.
Oh, really? Grand Blue did that?
Yeah, Grand Blue does it really well. Now, that's how their command list works. It's like, this is what the move looks like. This is what it does. This is how you use it. That's how accessible the game is, which is why I feel bad that the netcode is shit. Like, I'm sorry, just rollback games spoil me. I've never with rollback games I can play against someone with not this great internet and still have a good match.
Oh, definitely. When I first played Skullgirls, I was initially afraid to go online. It might be laggy or I'd get destroyed. Either of the two. Surprisingly, it was good.
Yeah.
And I didn't have fiber internet back then.
Yeah,
Using
fucking Skullgirl. Yeah, Skullgirl's netcode is fucking Jesus.
It's so super good that I can fight people in the US. It's so I was so relieved.
If you
Like,
okay,
wow, really?
so
Then I got the disillusion that maybe fighting games online must be great. Then I bought King of Fighters 13, and you know
King
that
of Fighters
happened.
13.
It's still a good game though.
Moral to the audience, make sure that the fighting game you want to play has rollback netcode, because that adds a lot to your investment.
Even then, if you like the fighting game, just play it. Just go and get it.
Yeah.
Even if you can't play online.
Yeah. I'm waiting for casuals to come back. I'm waiting for locals to resume. That way, I miss Uni, but I'm not gonna play Uni because it's the netcode. Fuck the netcode.
Yeah, apparently the Steam version of was it Melty Blood? Melty Blood is bad. That's weird.
It doesn't have the caster code netcode.
Yeah. Why we're still stuck at IP address exchanging.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see what's up.
menus, the kind of systems that you need to have in there.
Kick him in there, okay? Back, circle, punch, or kick. Oh, I like the seal. I like that. I'm gonna do that first, guys. I want that.
All this shit about one button DPs, we can't give the mechanics, the systems, all this shit. New players don't give a fuck about any of that shit. It's as simple as this. Hey, that looks cool. I want to do that. I think 70-80% of people, that's how you rope them in. I want to make the seal come out the ground and hit.
Yeah.
That is correct. That is correct, good sir.
We were talking about like Marvel versus Capcom Infinite earlier, and even though mechanically it's a good game, one of the reasons why it flopped is because its presentation is awful.
Yeah, the reason I got into UMB was a Phoenix Wright. I fucking love that man.
Presentation matters. Otherwise, you wouldn't be paying animators, or you wouldn't even bother looking for good animators.
Yeah, and they represent the character properly. But
Especially
Right.
in a fighting game where your buttons need to be as your actions need to be as responsive as possible.
Oh yes. I thought 3D fighting games would be super awkward, especially in a 2.5D setting. But Capcom actually made it work. They made
For all it's worth, they made it work.
yeah, like it feels like a 2D game, not King of Fighters Regulation A Maximum Impact.
Oh god.
That's still a good game, but it feels weird. Never played that game.
That's good to you.
And hit that motherfucker with a ball. That's the real shit. Why is this so hard to understand?
Oh, look, it's cute, guys! Did you see that? Bump. He gave a little boop. He's very sweet,
Yo,
isn't
props.
he? He's a sweet guy.
Props, man. They kill it with the presentation. That simple intro of him touching the butterfly. Moments like that, that's what real people in, man. Bruh, Dragunov coming in like the soldier on the ground. Those little things that give characterization, that shit means something, man.
When I originally wanted to play like Noelle from BlazBlue, it's mostly because I liked that she had dual guns. I found it weird that when I found out that she was a rushdown character, but I still liked her design, so I was willing to like learn the game. And then
Oh yeah.
and it's like I've had a huge affinity for like rushdown characters since, but when I saw like how Tianwo played, it's like fuck yeah, I'm gonna play Tianwo.
Oh yeah. I know that feeling because when I played Guilty Gear, I think that was Double X. I think I was trying so hard to to make it work with May. 'Cause I just like her fucking anchor. But then I tried out other characters and found love with with Jam.
When I played Leo. Leo was like my character in Exard because he looked like
Mhm.
he acted like a fucking Chad. I don't care if he's low tier. The way he presents himself, the way his attacks work, he acts like a fucking Chad.
Oh yeah, it's the same with me and Tao Kaka in BlazBlue. I didn't even care that her inputs were weird.
Leroy Smith. I still play Leroy Smith even though like he's not as good as he was when he first came on Tekken 7. Cuz
Yeah.
the thing about Leroy is he's kind of gangsta.
Oh yeah. But you
Like-
couple that with Wing Chun, you got the most gangsta ass character in Tekken.
It's like I don't care if he's nerfed. I'm still gonna play Leroy. He's still fun to play.
Me, I just like the princess shit. That's why I stuck with Lily. Basically the way she, I don't know, the way she moves perfect. Even if it's
Hello,
hello?
you got a bit choppy there.
even when her moves is, I just like
How fluid
How-
she moves.
yeah how Lily moves. The same goes for Asuka. You can feel the tomboyness out of her moves.
Yeah. Actually, when you look
Especially
at like
for-
say Tekken, one of
For-
the
for-
I wouldn't be surprised if like say one of the reasons why people want to go out of their way to learn combos in Tekken, because it's like when you see the characters do their combos, it looks like a dance.
Oh, definitely. It also depends on the character.
Yeah.
My first character back in Tekken 3 was Law. Because I'm a huge Bruce Lee shit. I was huge in Bruce Lee shit. Every time I see someone that looks like Bruce Lee, I'm picking him.
Raven was my man in Tekken 5. I didn't care that he was high risk. Like, motherfucker, he looked like Wesley Snipes.
Yeah.
That was badass as shit. Especially with like during the Blade movies. Like Blade Trinity was okay as a movie, but it's like, he was still a badass character.
He was still cool. Still cool. That's all that matters. Oh, God.
Going to be down, back, forward, HS.
So I want to return. I want to go back in time. Let us turn back the hands of time for just a brief moment. A historic moment. Marvel players playing.
Oh my god, Dust Loop. Ah, shit, I remember the days. I remember the days of the Dust Loop forums. That was actually how I found out about fighting is magic, because of Dust Loop. Somebody in like the Filipino forum shared it. It was like, this is real? It's like here I am now in 2020. I made an hour-long review of them's fighting herds, and loving the fuck out of it.
I actually never discovered any forums, but I was just, me and my friends just playing Tekken in college, just challenging random fucking students. It's like a real life Pokemon fight. When you see someone with a PSP, ask them they have Tekken challenge.
5, yeah. Life
Tekken
comes
6?
Life comes at you fast.
It's amazing. It was a magic experience.
Playing something other than Marvel. By the way, this is on typical East Coast YouTube. Drop them a subscription if you think. I'm gonna put a link to it in the description. But check this out. If you don't know the context of this, check this out.
Someone teach me to streamline the skill building process. I decided to read threads, but the notation did nothing but piss me off. I can understand it, just not fluently. I'm very familiar with the older notation, which is perfectly valid for this game as well. Is there anyone who knows old notation and lays lychee that is willing to train me? I learn fast. ...
Laying lychee, no
Oh
problem.
well, grind a bit, play a bit, watch a couple videos, then come back with some questions. It's way easier to help than just asking for a trainer or something. If you really do learn quickly, it's just best to learn her notation. It's helpful in the long run, haha.
I've been playing fighting games for 10 years. I don't want to spend time learning a brand new notation when the notation I've used for 10 years is perfectly viable. Given that I explained I had a background in Marvel, anyone could easily assume that what is normal quotation for me would be their pervasive QCF, HCB, DP style notation. I don't understand why you're so upset at me making this simple request. Mike Z is very familiar with notation, I'm familiar with, and he's very good at this game. Sencheng.
Imagine like writing imagine writing these posts and never occurring to you as you type your posts to look at your fucking number pad, because that's literally where the number notation is based on.
Actually, I never knew about the notation. I always went for the directional buttons.
Yeah, that's fine, but it's like, well, when you're used to playing like a lot of these anime games, we use these for a very specific reason. But it's like, yeah, just look at your fucking number pad. That's literally what the number notation is based on.
I never knew about it until later on. Like, I started getting interested in the fighting game. I don't know. Right when Street Fighter 4 rolled in. So,
Yeah.
09, right?
Yeah.
So, I didn't know. What the hell are they talking about with these numbers?
That's because
I didn't know it was the numpad.
Yeah, that's because like with Street Fighter, it's not as necessary, because unlike games like Guilty Gear and BlazBlue, aside from like having a lot of specials, we also have a lot of command normals. So
Oh yes, yeah, that's true.
because of that, it becomes much easier to tell you with the number pad notation, it becomes much easier to tell you what command normal to use. Rather than like down forward punch or down back slash or up back heavy slash, we can just say 7 backslash or sorry,
That's
7 heavy
true.
slash or 4 slash.
It actually makes sense now because we don't have a way to to actually put directional buttons text easily.
Yeah. Also, well, Obama brings it up later, but it bridges language gaps. Like, can you imagine a Filipino Tekken player or actually, can you imagine like a Filipino anime player saying, trying to say down back heavy slash in Tagalog? That'd be awkward. That'd be awkward as fuck.
Still.
Just say, kailangan mo na lang gamitin 1 heavy slash. But it's easier, right?
Fucking Christ.
Sancheng is another person. Do you think they're the only ones? Surely there is someone who plays.
Dude, in the time that he took to write these stupid ass posts. In fact, okay, so if you don't know, by the way, number pad notation is the most widely used form of talking about these games for a few reasons. First of all, it's used a lot because in games with lots of command normals, there's a down forward heavy kick, there's a down back heavy kick. When you use lots of command normals like that, this is a shorter way, but also it bridges language gaps. Japanese player can talk to player from Brazil and tell him a combo or
Fun story. I learned about the number notation when I was watching Japanese videos. That's how I learned about them. Because
Actually,
that's the thing.
Really?
They're Japanese content, and obviously they don't know how to speak English, so they're just writing their text in fucking Japanese. So, of course, they use the number pad notation because it's much easier to do than say like the directional inputs, directional arrows. So it's like, yeah, that's the huge advantage of the number pad notation. You can easily teach Japanese players, and you can easily learn from Japanese players. Actually,
that's true.
recently, because I'm also part of like this Asian Dems Fighting Herd server, and we recently invited Abigen, who was like a strong Guilty Gear Venom player, and he was learning Arizona. So then we started teaching him through like the commands of Arizona through like the number pad notation. And we were talking about the options that she could do using the number pad notation as well. It helps. It really helps in bridging language gaps.
I guess so. Like numbers makes it super easier to convey.
Yeah.
But plus, it makes sense because the original arcade stick only had 8 directions. Oh, yeah. Well, 4, but it
Fighting
evolved.
games. Yeah, fighting games it evolved. It had to evolve into 8 directions.
Yeah, no, yeah, I can see it. I actually learned about it when I had to look up the internet last blade info.
Yeah.
Like really, 236 is a quarter circle forward, huh? Okay, man.
So Soul Calibur sort of does it, I think. It also uses
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. But I actually eventually got that thanks to the move list.
Yeah. Let's continue the video.
or tell him a sequence of inputs to do in something. He doesn't have to say hit down, forward. I don't even know how to say that shit in Portuguese. But if I tell you, hey, look down at your keyboard, you got to do 289. Oh, that's it. That's the reason. For years, you have American top player, like the fucking FGC vets. It's too hard. blah 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 blah. Like, bruh, in the time that you took to type these posts, obviously you could have legit looked down at the keyboard. But hey, why take my word for it?
If you tell
Pro tip: make sure when you buy a keyboard, it has the number pad. That's
Of
all.
course.
That's all.
I always prefer keyboard with a, even if I do rarely use.
Yeah, you'll see why.
me down, forward, down, 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 forward, I'm gonna be like, what? If you say, oh, do the dragon uppercut, I understand
You understand that? That's good.
You know what I mean? That's speaking my language.
That's in her
I can do
language,
that. Or Hadouken move. Hadouken move.
He understands that.
Or yeah, that's boom, boom, boom. I know this. It's like a double Hadouken. Is the Shoryuken. I know that. Dragon uppercut. 623. Oh my god, what the fuck? Why is
That's
numbers
crazy.
getting involved here?
What's the what?
No, I don't get it. I don't get run pad.
Too hard.
Oh my god, I get it now. Look at my number pad. My number pad.
Look at his face. Look at the
I
Mama's
actually
face.
got surprised. Oh, really?
It's like she learned it. She learned it. It's like I love this moment because it's like that's all you have to do. Just look at your keyboard.
This is the joy of, finding fighting games.
This is the joy of watching someone learn fighting games.
Yeah.
And they
I gotta pass this knowledge on to my.
and it's just yeah, it's like you feel they're happy that they learned something, and it's like yeah, you help end up feeling happy because of it. It's happiness is infectious.
It's such
And
a
I see-
good, great feeling. You want to share it with other people,
Yeah.
6, 2, 4 is back. I just feel like you guys like open.
You see how the sheep face rig just improves the content by so much. He's so smug. He's so happily smug about it.
Oh God. Yeah, well, that's basically.
It's like he has such a shit-eating grin, and it's like,
Yeah.
and it's so
that's right.
justified.
That's right. You learn it now.
Where the guy's head, his brain glows. It just happened to me right now. I had a big brain moment. I think I had a big brain moment. 5 is neutral, no direction. Bro!
He's beginning to understand.
This whole time I've been at a 5 position, but if I move forward I'm at a 6, and if I move back at a 4, I'm a...
Dude, I feel like I'm being lied to. She understood that so well after looking at the keyboard for 30 fucking seconds. The numbers! Bro, just look down. Literally just look down. Well,
Imagine like, this is why I wanted to watch this video on stream as well, because I wanted like to point out like the evolution of just how people, or like just breaking down the misconceptions of how fighting games are hard. And you don't need one. You can have one button inputs in your game, sure. One button specials in your game, sure. You don't need them. Sometimes you just need you just need to have cool looking moves. You need your attacks to look good. Presentation, it matters. You can
Yeah.
solid.
That's how people get into your game. If it looks cool as shit, people will get it.
Or if the attacks look really nice, like them's fighting hurts,
And it's hard.
they animate so well, the game looks so pretty. They will buy your game. They will be curious about your game. They will try out your game.
Oh yes, definitely.
Mechanics are important. Presentation in fighting games is just as important as mechanics in fighting games.
Like it doesn't even have to be Guilty Gear when it comes. It just has to look good. It has to click with the audience, with the characters they're interested in.
Yeah.
Zappa is a weird fuck who's possessed
By ghosts.
by clearly not Sadako. That's weird shit.
It's
And,
just
and you got someone who goes, yeah, that's my guy. That's my man right there.
yeah, and that's the thing. Presentation matters. Otherwise, you wouldn't be paying animators for labor. There's
Oh.
clearly value in presentation.
Well, James Chen. Well, fanatic. 2020, who thought we'd be here?
But every day, if you go forward, just remember the number 6. 6 is a lucky number now because it means forward.
Your energy.
Come on now! I'm trying to do something cool! Hold on, I'm on stream right now,
Bro,
mister. Please move back.
I did not even script that. I could not even script that. You could have focused all you wanted to on the mechanics, on the systems, on making it easier. She said it herself better than anybody else could have. I'm just trying to do something cool. That said that.
I think what I forgot to bring up earlier about like you can still have hype matches even if you win. Hype is ultimately subjective. So in her case, she just wanted to summon the dolphin.
Oh yeah.
And that's
We all have that one thing we want to do.
yeah.
It doesn't even have to be a combo. It have to be super. If you're new to the game, you just want to do that one thing in that match.
Or sometimes you want to play like a power character and all you care about is just doing that one powerful move.
That one big punch
Yeah. So,
make you block that sword with your chest hair.
and sometimes sometimes it will help you evolve your strategy. It's kind of like boxing. It's like, oh, I need to do jabs first. That way I can set up my big move. Like that's how
Come at me, bro.
yeah.
It also sets up your mood. Like yeah, you're getting more and more confident.
Yeah.
Come on, let's do this. I'm going to grab you so hard, smash you to the ground, and I don't care if I even lose. I did it. I had this moment. I had this when I played Skullgirls with Squiggly. When when they just put out her Shun Goku Sultsu Super.
Yeah.
That was the conditions for that was amazing. It was fucking ridiculous. I had to charge I had to charge both her moves, do a taunt, and basically pull off the Shungoku Satsu in reverse. Fucking Christ. And the best part is, I did it. And I won the match with it. That was. I wish I could have recorded. It was such an amazing memory.
I remember my one hype moment was like I was able to just this was like back in the days of Continuum Shift Extend, I think. And my one hype moment when I was playing in casuals was I was just doing a simple drive chain combo with Noelle with her chain revolver system, and because like my opponent was like at low enough life, I was able to pull off an astral, and I won. It's like
overkill.
And the funny part about it was like there was like this one other guy in casuals. It was like late at night in blue skies. Dude woke up to my fucking astral. Dude who was sleeping, he wasn't playing. He was just fucking sleeping. When he woke up from like his snooze, he woke up to my fucking astral. He was like, "What the fuck?" It was just funny as fuck.
It's amazing. The moments like those, make the game.
That's what makes you.
All the more sweeter.
That's what makes you care. That's what makes you want to learn.
Or even just play.
Yeah.
You don't even know. Like, wow, I did that. I'm gonna remember that move when that certain situation happened, like with misfortune. what a Cerebella pulled out a Hail Mary level 3, and we were both at chip damage health. Basically, make or break.
Some or like some
Make or break.
people, they will want big band because that way they can sing, they can play Happy Birthday as they're doing a Happy Birthday.
Oh, I saw that. Well, this was before Big Bang.
Yeah.
So Cerebella was was the powerhouse back then.
Mm-hmm.
So we were both at low health, and he just wanted to end the match right there and then. So he did a level 3. Thankfully, it did not hit me. So all I had to do was throw my head at him. I won.
or or you look at like say Third Strike. Evo moment number 37 was the thing that got a lot of players interested in Third Strike.
Oh,
Because
yes, definitely.
first of all, pulling off a parry even under tournament pressure was not easy. Second, his combo, what's this? Jumping roundhouse into like crouching medium into fierce Shoryuken into super.
Mm.
Canceling crouching medium kick into like fierce Shoryuken was not easy. It's not
Oh,
easy.
definitely. It's just crouching medium into Shoryuken itself is not that easy.
The leniency in like
Even
the
use
leniency,
Super
the input
R2.
leniency between
Super R2.
Third Strike between Street Fighter 3 and Street Fighter 4 is vastly different.
Oh, definitely. Especially when it comes to the execution.
So
Like
when
you can tell the difference.
when people saw Evo moment number 37, to them that was cool, and they wanted
That's
to
right.
get
That was
better
the-
at the game so that they can pull
they-
shit off like that.
And Capcom knew this and added that as a Third Strike Online.
Yeah.
Oh,
We're
God.
almost done, so let's actually finish up with the video.
Okay.
Important sentence that fighting game devs need to hear. You don't have to go through the pain of reinventing the wheel. You don't have to water down the gameplay. You don't have to do any of that shit. Bro, let her do some cool shit. Make it look
Oof.
Sorry about that. They're just dogs
Yeah.
playing.
good, cool shit. Make it look good. Make it sound good. Make it cool. In the back of my mind, I was thinking, maybe
Yeah, this is ultimately what people need to learn when making fighting games. Just make your attacks look cool.
Oh yeah.
It's a little thing,
It should be a
but
given.
it does so much. It's a little thing, but it does so much.
That's a given in every fight. Which unfortunately
It goes over people's heads because it's like, oh, these inputs are hard. It's like,
like I mean Batman's kit in Injustice is pretty good, but when it comes to Superman, it's just even his Superman punching kit. It's literally just a super.
yeah. That's also another reason why it's kind of hard for me to get into like MK. The animations don't look as great.
It's fucking weird. Yeah. Bottom line, make your characters cool, make it look cool.
Even just pulling off a heavy slash in what's this? A heavy attack in Samurai
One
Showdown.
thing-
That's cool.
Oh, yes. It's there. You can feel the ouchness of that heavy slash
You
and your life bar just losing 70%.
and it's like when it's a fatal hit, it really sells. Especially with like the gore and stuff. That's why I love pulling that's why I love pulling off heavy attacks as like a fatal blow. It's always fun to like fish out for that shit. That's what made that and that is what is willing to make me get better at Sam Show. Just pulling
the
off a
only
heavy
gripe-
slash.
Hello?
Hello? Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. The only gripe I ever had for the Guilty Gear games is the sound. Well, the sound effects. Music is is stellar. Don't get me wrong, but the sound, the sound that they make when they hit people, not ringing for me. I had this problem.
Because it's kind of
Final
like a
Fantasy.
splashing sound, isn't it? That's what I remember.
Yeah, yeah. It doesn't feel heavy enough when they, especially with So. He does his six heavy slash, right? It's you can see him put all of his weight.
Yeah, it'd be interesting if like what they added to like the sound was like heavy thuds and or something
Yeah,
like that.
yeah.
Maybe thuds for blocking and then more of like what's an impactful sound? Clanking?
Oh, that would be good for Potemkin,
Yeah.
especially with his fist.
Yeah, actually.
Oh, no, that would be great for May. May
Oh
with
yeah,
metal
especially with
sounds.
like her anchor.
Yeah, and when it comes to animals, it should
It's
include booping sounds.
yeah, just bops. Bops really sell the animal hits.
Yeah, that would be great.
Maybe
Ah.
I'm just weird. It's difficult for us. We're in 2D. We can't really connect with new people who don't know anything like that. It's difficult for us to empathize, I think. When I watched Bunny pick up this beta, which was very half-baked in terms of how it was put out there, especially with the intention of getting people that don't play this series or know about it attracted to it. It didn't hold her hand in any way, but you know what she did? She literally opened up the command list, went through each character. I want to do the cool shit. Damn, this game sounds sick. Damn, that was hard, but now I did it. Now it's not that hard. Now it's okay, cool. And you know what? She learned how to read combos. She learned how to read motions. She learned quite a bit. I guess the point that I wanted to make was these games really aren't for everyone, I guess. That might be true. But the thing is, anyone can play these games. Don't ever think that you can't. You absolutely can. Let me know what y'all.
That's it.
This is
That's
yeah, that's
all
pretty
we
much
need.
where the video ends. And yeah, the whole problem with like with like Bilbzy's two videos earlier, it completely it completely neglects the drive that human beings have. Like
I still can't fucking get over Bilbzy's video.
it just
Oh.
special moves being a cheat code. Fuck my life.
Well, yeah, it can be done, but it's too risky for long-standing IPs. It
Yeah.
can be done, but you have to gauge interest first.
And the thing is, it's like, yeah, as long as you care, you will learn it. Like when I'm learning how to edit my videos, or like when I'm trying to find ways to improve my content, I always find new shit. Like I learned how to green screen. I learned how to have like two videos playing in on like my video at once. I knew how to properly crop. I knew how to edit my audio, how to filter out noise for my audio. And it's like, and I learned how to write better and stuff like that. You learn when you care. And that's,
Everything is a learning process.
yeah.
Because what he said at the end was right. Not everything is for everybody. They have their own thing. They're going to be interested in different things. You can't force them to like it. They don't like it. They don't like it. If they do, they'll stick around and stay.
But everyone basically has the equal opportunity to learn.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
And that's kind of where we want to end, like that's actually kind of where I want to end the stream here. So thanks for people who stopped by to watch, and yeah, just thanks.
Yeah.
It's always
Yeah,
neat to know that there are people who are watching the stream. So
Just
good night
remember,
yeah.
not everyone can. Anyone can pick up and play any kind of genre game. If
But
you
not-
really like it, just stick around to see if you want more.
But not everything is for everyone, and there's nothing
Yes.
wrong with that. Good night, everyone.
Good night.